sometimes I think that's a better way to go if we can get
It
both.
is, if you could just get it all condensed and want to be over it, yeah. I
Good to see you too. How's everything? Great.
You're in yours. When you're ready, I'll start. I call to order the regular meeting of the Berlin Township Trustees for February 24th, 2025. If you'll join me with that, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please call the roll. Trustee O'Brien? Here. Trustee Rail?
Here.
Trustee Willard? Here. Next item is public comment, but instead of having Aaron go and limiting her to 3 minutes, I thought we would do fire and roads and then let her have a larger portion of time if there's no objection from the board. Thanks. But first, of course, is approval of minutes.
I don't have any additional minutes to approve. If anyone else would like to review the minutes and bring anything forward, I can get through November and December, unless anybody else wants to do that.
Well, I think we're pretty good on organizational, but let's just do them all next meeting.
Okay.
I did finish the special on the 23rd and got started on the end of the meeting.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Fire requisitions that?
I have none.
Yes.
I left it on there just as a placeholder in case.
That takes us then to other structural or foundational issues expressed.
There's been no change since my report. He has not returned a proposal. Mr. Stocco has not returned a proposal that I sent him on January 23rd. I've emailed him twice for updates and have not heard anything back. So
And I followed up with him as well, and I had assumed that he would have it, so.
no, sir, not to this point. And all he needs to do is review the terms in the back. The proposal is what it is. I mean, it's based on what he approved already. So I don't know where we're at with it. Radio silence.
Okay, so that takes us to organizational analysis.
I did find out from Mr. Pegram that I will have a draft copy to me by the end of this week. So once I get that in hand, I will forward to you guys for review, just the very first draft. So there'll be more to come, but at least we'll have a good jumping off point.
Looking forward to seeing the analysis.
As well. And then,
Okay, before we start on the fire updates, one of the things that you're going to talk about, I have an answer to, so I won't make you go through it twice. I called Dave Riepenhoff again in regards to the timestamped copy of the agreement.
Okay.
And they were informed by CERB that due to high volumes of submissions, they had not gotten through the January 2025 submissions. It was submitted, I don't know why so late, but it was submitted on January 21, 2025. So CERB has it, but they have not yet processed it. She was told that they should have the agreement by the end of next week, and then they will forward it to once they have it.
the document that I did receive in the email that we were talking about over the weekend did indicate they do have a copy of the 23 to 26 contract.
Okay.
So, and that has been filed. I did that today, signed it, sent it back to them.
So
it's done.
that item that either you or the fiscal officer could fill out, we're okay on that.
Sent it back today. And I've given a copy to,
Why it was not done until January
Yeah.
21? I was very frank with Mr. Riefenhoff. He thought it had been done before that, and he followed up, and obviously this was the answer.
Whose responsibility was it?
Well, he had told her to file it. So that's the answer.
So the contract is good through 2026.
July 1.
June 30th, 2026.
So we have A
About a
little
year.
less than, a little more than a year.
Yeah, about a year and 5 months-ish.
And the contract went into effect,
Well, it was effective upon the ratification, well, we did in that meeting.
It was ratified in what, September, I believe, September 15th, I think is the date it was ratified by you guys. So,
So that's where we are
okay, can we have Ravenhoff file it next time? On our behalf.
now. Well, you'll be here and I won't be.
You have to remember that, because I'll forget. You have to remember that, because I'll
yes,
forget.
ma'am. I can,
Ravenhoff should file this, because this should have been done,
is
It
he
should have
going
been
to,
done within a week of when we
yeah.
signed it, because he got a copy of it. It should have gone immediately.
is he going to provide copies to us anytime?
I was told, she will forward it, once they receive the timestamp.
Okay.
And that should be by the end of the next.
I'd like to get
Well, we want it on
to you
the
and
website.
website and, you know, everybody at the station, all that sort of stuff. So,
If you'd like to.
okay.
Do I think we'll proactive, like, put a note on the website that says, we really like to put it up there, but we haven't gotten the information back to be able to do that. This is the phone number of the person who ran it. Has not been back.
I think that would be very,
You get a bill.
Every time somebody calls and complains about it, we get an hour retainer
time.
but I totally understand what you're saying, but.
I mean, how long is this gonna drag on?
Well, I understand. And this was the first time I was really pushing. I mean, before I was like asking for it to be done. This time I said.
Where is it?
You know, it was a little more pushy.
Well, I asked twice too.
Perfect. So before I get through the activities, we did have an incident at the firehouse today. An unfortunate accident involving one of the apparatus in the building. High side door above the wheel wells got left open, and the truck was driven out of the building with the door up, and it sheared the door off the truck and did some damage to the building. I'm going to be notifying our insurance tomorrow. We'll start getting some folks in to look at the damage and effect repairs. The building is secured at this point. The truck is still in service. It's not out of service, but we won't be running it first out. It'll be a second out piece, and only used when necessary because it does have a compartment door missing. All the equipment's been taken out of the compartment, and all the other steps that are required have been followed at this point. So I just want to make you aware of it.
Do the document I give you have the contact number you need there?
Yeah, the term, yes, yep. So I'll be contacting them tomorrow, and my building maintenance person's in tomorrow, and he can start looking at things and figuring out who we need to come out and take a look at the building. And it's not a significant amount of damage, but there's enough that they couldn't put the garage door back the way it was supposed to be. So it's just an unfortunate accident.
So if, I'm going to stop by tomorrow, but I would suggest when you're available that you might want to take a look at it. Because there's a little bit of structural damage.
Obviously, we got all kinds of pictures.
Oh yeah, I got pictures and I got incident reports, and once I get it all compiled together, I'll send you guys a copy of it. But yeah, we got pictures and incident reports and handwritten statements and all that kind of stuff. So. Nobody was hurt, which is a good thing. So it was just an unfortunate. The guys were looking at something in the truck this morning, and one of the other individuals got in the truck to pull it outside for morning truck checks and didn't know the door was up, and either didn't hear and see the alarm or it wasn't activated. And I mean, I'm guilty of doing the same exact thing he did. So it's not the first time it's ever been done, and it's not the last time it'll ever be done. And thank God the building didn't fall down. So that's happened too. So. Okay. Just quick updates. Firefighter Shaw was awarded that Brett Barber Distinguished County Firefighter Award on February 14th at the Columbus Division of Fire Awards Banquet. There were some pictures posted on our Facebook page about that, and congratulations to Jacob for that. Training-wise, 14 personnel completed 53 hours in the 2-week period from February 6th to the 20th. We completed 13 fire inspections with no violations. We had 20 calls for service, and you can peruse the list of calls and whatnot yourself, with 4 mutual aids given and 5 mutual aids received. And that is all I have. Unless you guys have something for me. Comments?
Are you still currently hiring? How's that process going?
So the full-time process closed. We're doing interviews next Wednesday for the full-time, and then the part-time is open until Friday. Right now, I have a handful of applications. The exact number I don't know off the top of my head, but in the neighborhood of 5-ish. If I don't get more by the end of the week, I'll probably extend that just to see if we can't get a few more. But it hasn't been a great recruiting period at this point. So 4 or 5 applications is all we have right now. So for part-time.
Just the market?
I think it's time of year. I think in September we may have hit when some of the summer classes let out, EMT and firefighter classes. So we got a bunch of folks that had just completed classes, and I think right now they're probably in class. So in a couple of weeks, a couple of months, we'll have maybe some better luck. Like I said, if I don't get more, we'll drop back and punt. And I was talking to one of the neighboring fire chiefs about doing some cooperative hiring and things like that, where people can benefit both departments, and we're going to sit down and have a conversation about that too. So that might be an option for us moving forward, just some sharing of people. So just looking at different ways to try to increase our ranks.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what the organizational analysis provides too.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that document.
Mm-hmm.
What he's got to say about moving forward. So obviously, full-time folks are better than part-time folks, and the only reason I say that is because they're more reliable and they're tied to the township. But we can't run an entire full-time department as yet. So
Who are you looking at people sharing with?
right now, just a very preliminary conversation between Chief Carr and I at Tri-Township, and I've talked to Chief O'Brien over at Harlem about it as well. So we might be able to do something. The issue with Harlem is they run EMS, so they have an ambulance and they look for paramedics, and we don't do that kind of stuff. So the chance of sharing different people with them might not be as great as with Tri. They have the same basic setup as we do, fire bait, they have fire only type of thing. So hiring similar type of people, our hourly rates seem to be in the neighborhood of about the same amount. So it might be a great opportunity, but him and I want to sit down and kind of plan some things out and talk some things over and come up with a solid plan before we jump in with both feet. So.
Yeah, I'm not so keen on people sharing across organizations, because I think that they can be culture changers, and culture changers can be a good thing.
Right.
It can also be a negative thing. So I would want to see a little bit more of
we share
what the intentions are, what the problem is we're trying to solve.
Yeah.
And then from there.
I think the issue is, the benefit would be we'd be offering between the two departments, or between any two departments that we would cooperate with. We'd be offering, instead of, right now we're working our people every 6th day, we'd be offering them an every 3rd day type of job, so at 24/48, almost like a full-time schedule, where they would work every 6th day there, every 6th day here. We do have people that are.
They're part-timers,
Yeah.
That seems beneficial.
Yeah, and we have some people doing that now. I've got a handful, and there'll be some cost sharing as well. And again, these are things that we need to kind of iron out, but there could be some cost sharing for turnout gear rental and things like that, because they do the same thing we do. So instead of renting 2 sets of gear for a person, we could rent one, and they just carry it back and forth, that kind of stuff. So there'd be a lot of benefits to it, but again, very preliminary to stay, hey, let's talk about this. And, after things settle down a little bit, I think him and I are going to sit down and have lunch and kind of talk things out and put some plans on paper and come up with a proposal. And like I said, Chief O'Brien and I at Harlem have talked about the same thing. But their model is just a little different than ours, and I think there's some benefits there as well. But they're looking for paramedics and people transporting, and we're not necessarily looking for that. So, I don't know that we'll have as great a success in I don't want to call it a partnership, but in sharing folks like that with him. But,
Yeah.
if anybody wants to do it, as far as I'm concerned, it's a good thing. So, if somebody wants to work at BST&G in Berlin every 6 days, I think it's a benefit. So.
Oh, I agree, as long as they're in good standing at both
Oh yeah,
places.
absolutely.
So I'm just saying that my only point is that you want to make certain that they're culture contributors, because you're building something very great at the fire station. And I think it would be fantastic for the part-timers to engage in that way. And it's another benefit, by working here, you can get extra hours here, and there's a pathway to share. But if they're not in good standing at either place or both,
You're right.
then I could just see it getting a little untethered quickly if we don't have proper protocols in place to be able to effectively engage the right people and give the right people the right opportunities.
I agree. But that's all I have.
That's all I have.
Anything for fire? Thank you. Yes, Rose.
Got a couple of requisitions here. First requisition is for parts for the arm mower. These are blades. We've sharpened the blades in the past. The gentleman who did the sharpening suggested that we get a spare set because we were getting to the point that we needed to replace the blades. So this was another set of blades to go on the arm mower or the flail mower.
Which mower?
Pardon?
Which mower?
The one that articulates.
The one arm to the boom mower. It's a boom flail mower. There's a flail
Oh, I see.
on the arm. Or boom.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what it's for. With that, I make a motion that we approve requisition R02-06 to Becker in the amount of not to exceed $2,298.20 for parts for the boom flail mower. So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Fluor, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion?
Is this quantity 24, is that supposed to say flail knife?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you go through AgPro usually, but this is going to Dexter? Or
No, so Ag Pro is John Deere,
Yeah.
and Dexter, the mower we have is a Tiger, and that's where it comes from, doing, they're the only Tiger dealer in the state of Ohio, so we have to go through Dexter. John Deere don't handle, well, they do John Deere brand.
Did you select Dexter as the vendor in Tiger, or
That mower's already here.
Yeah. Would you recommend using them moving forward?
Yeah, because they're the ones that also build our trucks. There's some other places we can look into, but there's really only two brands of mower that are roadside built mowers for what we do. You've got Machete, which is made in Georgia, I do believe, and then you've got Tiger, which is made in South Dakota. There's some, I'll say, short line brands that are built a lot cheaper, but you get what you pay for. And so the tractors you have to get either from Case IH, New Holland, John Deere, but then the mowers, they don't, because there's not a big market. I mean, either you have the state or you have the townships buying those mowers. Like if we bought a rear bush hog, you could buy it from John Deere somewhere else, but the actual mounted boom mowers are more of a specialty mower. And there's just a few places you can get those at.
And are you doing the installation, the replacement yourself?
We want to get these.
Thank
you. For the season, so that we.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We got our service. I just noticed there wasn't a service fee for actually putting this in, because he's gonna take them out and replace.
I believe these are European made, aren't they?
No, these are made in America. The company,
These are in the West.
this is South Dakota is where Tiger's from.
Okay. Thank you, that's all my questions.
Further discussion? Please call roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes,
O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay, the next requisition is, for a PC for the new township administrator to IT made real. And I'd like to, and this is a monitor, laptop, and a mouse. And it's,
could we, very briefly here, for the 27-inch monitor, I wanted her to have the dual screen, just,
So she said, I sent her an email after, she said she only wanted one.
oh, okay,
So if she wants another one, we can get, all we have to do is get the dock and get her another one, but she said, because I asked her, I said, this is what we can get you, what do you want? She
Yeah.
said, wireless mouse, wireless keyboard, it's the same communication instead of having them separate, and then she wanted one additional monitor and a laptop.
okay, that's what she wants, that's what she wants.
yeah, with that, I make a motion that we approve the township administrator requisition to IT made real in the amount not to exceed $1,176.97. So moved.
Second,
Moved by trustee Fuller, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion? Please call roll.
Rail,
yes.
Fuller,
Yeah.
O'Brien.
Yes.
And,
So she'll be set up at Jerry's station currently.
Yes, she's gonna stay, and then I told her, once she gets here, and I'll let her get a day or so to get acclimated, then we can figure out what she wants to do above and beyond that.
Sounds great. She'll need to get a new chair too, probably.
two other things on, roads. One is we got, over 100 tons of salt. We've got that, that's in the bins. And, so we're ready for any snowfall comes up. That was at the going rate of
89, it's from
$1
Henry.
million per ton. And
The county will not, the county will get us salt, but they won't give it to us for the 69.
So, did we have a deal with them, or? we-
It wasn't really a deal, we just, that's what it was, and I had a requisition is all it really, there was no I mean, we were just buying it from them as we needed.
So we need to, in the future, if we're going to do that, have an agreement.
Yes.
Because it could go to $200 a ton when it's not available.
Right.
You know, I mean, it can get really ridiculous.
Yeah, it was a little bait switch here.
I'm not going to, and Ron and I have had discussions that I felt kind of funny about them not having a salt contract. And the problem we got is because the state bid for salt contracts has been on 200 tons. And you have to take that at a time, and we don't, we've talked about expanding our facilities so we can handle more salt. And once we do that, we probably need to start looking into doing our own contracts for our own salt. Instead of going, because like now, because we can only hold about 120.
Yeah, I mean, if we can get it for $69 and then they upcharge us $20 more
Well,
for.
what they're really doing, in my feeling, is they're using us as their cushion.
Mhm.
So they're not baiting and switching, they're just not looking out for us, they're looking out for them, which is what.
Bait and switch is getting a requisition that says $69 and then you go to order, it's 85 plus.
Yeah, but what they're saying, I think, is we never said that you could have it for sure at that price. It's the price that it was when you asked us. It's not the price that we said that we give it to you when you need it. So, it's rare that there's a problem, but I experienced a year when I was a county commissioner, and I was not happy with how the county engineer was handling it at the time, because the city of Delaware was getting preference over the townships. And I had a problem with that. And I was only one vote. And that's when it got to where you couldn't get salt. So even $200 might have been, you would have been lucky to get it because you actually got it. That was like 2013. So, you know, it's like once every 10 to 15 years that it happens. But when it happens,
Yeah.
it's a problem.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
So that's why normally we don't really need that size of salt bin.
Mhm. But when you need it, you need it.
That's my point.
Gotcha.
And we're continuing to work on improving the salt barn, be able to store more and get closer to keeping a year's salt in the barn, so we got it, we don't have to
Mhm.
pay this sort of stuff on an annual basis. That's in the works, it's, nothing requested on that. The other thing is the, 2024 road improvement payment, I believe has been made and completed.
Yeah, they picked it up.
Yes, I went and bought a, cashier's check at the bank with the same amount, got the check back, got the actual check back, and I handed it, they came and got it, I actually handed it to the Shelley employee, the cashier's check. So that was good. Did you say we bought 100 tons of salt?
It's 88.
88. Yes, they got their payment and, was able to do some kind of slick accounting with it to not have to cross over the year and pay for it with the current year.
Understand?
Okay, I believe that covered roads.
Well, you have a couple more items, it's not really roads. You wanna go into that now?
Okay, so the first thing, you guys have a group of papers. The first thing on top, it says service agreement, fiber optic utility locating and mapping. So with the new line we put in, we have now become utility owners. And being a utility owner per the Ohio Revised Code, we are responsible if a resident, a contractor, whoever calls oops, we have to be registered and have someone mark our utility for us. So the first 5 pages is what Tony drafted of a contract to have with viewers. And then the second 4 pages is what viewers sent us as their proposal. And their proposal didn't have all the stuff in it Tony wanted for our end of the contract. So he modified it. I think he finished it up, sent it to me yesterday. I think to all of us yesterday. And so it has some blanks in it we have to fill out. We go through it. The date I can fill out, that's obvious. And then I wanted you guys to decide who you wanted to be, who you want to designate as being the supervisor overseeing the work being done for that. I'm going to say me, but I don't want to be big-headed and say me. I don't know if it's something Audrey to do, or how you want to. We have to designate that. And then we got some fees and allocation of money we need to set up.
So my general opinion is it should be Justin is in charge of it, because if he needs to go to the road to actually observe them for some reason. But I'm not opposed to her, but I just think it should be him.
But she manages all the contracts and the items for the township, and then she can delegate it to whom she thinks is appropriate.
I'm okay with that too. Is that your preference?
Yeah, because I think that she would want him to do it, but I think that that would be her decision to make, and ultimately, she's the one that is overseeing these contracts and ensuring that the contractual agreements are in place and that both parties are upholding, their responsibilities.
Okay.
So
Is that your preference as well?
I do have one question. So since she's not here yet, and the stuff, some of the stuff we need to start getting rolling as soon as you guys approve. Do you guys, how do you want to work that so I can do it until she gets here? Does that make sense?
She's here 1 week from today, so I don't think that we need to.
Okay, 'cause I was going to start literally tomorrow.
Do you have to oops tomorrow?
No, we don't have, but we have to get it into the system as soon as, because if someone calls, as it sits right now, if someone calls in as a property owner, oops does not know it's ours, and if they hit it, it is ours. I mean, I'm not saying someone's going to, the odds are slim, I just want everyone to know what could happen.
One oops gives how much of a window for demarcating?
40 hours.
But
I thought they gave 4 days.
So, no, 40, they will have it marked within 48 hours, and once it's marked, the oops is good for 10 days.
So that doesn't mean.
Is it 48 business hours? Sorry.
It's 48, yes, business hours.
So it could be up to 4 days.
It
Yes.
would be 5 if it was a holiday.
Yeah.
But if they call, there's 48 hours, but they're not allowed to dig for those 48 hours.
Yeah, right, exactly. So, I mean, realistically, we're only talking about 2 days.
It's a couple days, but I just,
I would like to set up Aubrey as the point of contact and have her and you work out whatever needs to happen. But the administrator manages the contracts, which is why I want her to oversee this.
Okay, so, and you can make that motion, but we also need to fill the service agreement out.
so in part 4 for fees, we broke it down into 2 sections because there's going to be a big fee for the initial setup of this, where they have to map it and do all the turning in and requirements of OOPS. Delaware County's last year was $10,000 for their mapping, of which they had a lot more than, I won't say a lot more, but they had quite a bit more than what we did. So I was going to, and Joe from Ewers said it takes about 40 hours, which if you look through their agreement, they're charging $150 an hour, so that's about $6,000 to get our mapping done and turned into OOPS. So I don't know if you guys want to add a little bit of a cushion to that, make it 7,500, just so we have it, but he said it should take about 40 hours to do the mapping, because everything they do, since we're such a small entity, is by the hour.
Okay, so do you all have a preference?
And that would be for the second part of 4.2. And their hourly rates is on the 3rd page of their
Yeah,
proposal.
I don't have a preference.
Do you have a preference?
The only question I've got is, there isn't any annual fee with maintaining this?
So through Ewers, no. There's the only fees is if
Upfront.
upfront fee and when they have to come out and do something, or if OOPS, every so often, I think they says like every 3 to 5 years, OOPS will have someone check and do a spot check, like an audit, to make sure nothing's been moved, like we have had to have fiber moved and it's not matching the current map. But no, Ewers is on an as needed basis. Now, the next part of this will be a yearly membership, which is through OOPS itself, which that's next on my list.
Okay, so do you have everything you need to fill this out?
So we might get a dollar down. Yeah, so 'cause we got,
7,500?
okay, so you
Okay, so 7,500.
not to exceed.
Anything else?
And then for the first part of 4.2, this is to be like for the locating service and the tickets and the stuff like that. That's a separate fee that's where someone calls in to OOPS and then OOPS calls Ewers for its actual locating.
Yeah, I don't see it going above $5,000 a year. Do you?
No, I don't think,
5,000, okay.
I think that's more than sufficient.
so,
let's just do
yeah,
that.
because this year is going to be maybe a little busier because we're still finishing widening of Cheshire Road and all that has, even though everyone.
Yeah, that's fair.
So this year will be an
Yeah.
more expensive year, but once we get that down, it should be pretty
Yeah.
calm.
Okay, so invoices shall be submitted to yours, how do you say that name?
They will be submitting yours, but they will submit the invoices to us for work performed.
Well, it says invoices shall be submitted to blank by number 13, 5.2.
All submitted to should be Jeff.
Okay.
To the fiscal officer.
Fiscal.
Contractor shall commence services upon written order to proceed from blank and shall complete the services in accordance with the proposal.
That should be technically Aubrey.
And then just from the township administrator.
Township administrator, yeah.
Yeah. That it's not person specific, it's functional.
So we probably should do that on the first two, shouldn't we?
Yeah,
Instead of Aubrey Hill.
yeah, just township administrator. And then in parentheses, it'd be Aubrey, or do you not want that in parentheses?
No parentheses.
All right,
Because there's only one.
okay,
If we have multiple, we will discuss.
okay. And then 6.2 should be the township administrator office, because they can grant an extension
Mhm.
if needed. And then the only other thing I'll point back to is if something happens next year, we do have to allocate more money. We have that set up in 3.1 for modifications of the agreement. So just so if something happens, we do need more money, we can allow, if the board so chooses, to allocate more money to it. So that is for the viewers agreement. And then once it's approved, I'll fill it in, then I'll send it so everyone can sign it. And Joe said he would sign it, and as soon as we're ready for him, he can start mapping and that in.
Okay.
Any other questions on viewers?
Okay, so is this two resolutions then?
Yeah.
Okay.
One is to adopt the service agreement, and the other is to
Name them,
name,
viewers. And then one is to, yes, right? So I move that we approve Utility Services LLC as presented and signed by Jason S. Lewis.
I'll second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion?
Well, the service agreement is with the viewers.
Yeah, but first we have to adopt them and then we can name them. Right?
I think it might go the other way.
Do you have an opinion?
It doesn't matter. It's, let's just go this route. It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
What is your question?
My question is, what, the 48 hours, what's the definition of the 48 hours?
The 48 hours starts whenever the excavator or homeowner calls into OOPS. The ticket is started once at the end of the conversation, they'll give you a time and the ticket number, and the 48 hours starts when the ticket number is released to the person requesting the ticket number.
So if they call on Friday afternoon, the 48 hours is up on Sunday afternoon.
Technically, it's business day, so it'd be Tuesday.
So it's only business day?
Unless it's an emergency, so they can request an emergency repair. Like say a gas line gets hit and they need to see what else is out there. Then that 48 hours really goes out the window. But on normal, it's business days.
Okay. And who's gonna manage the contract?
Aubrey Hale. The
The
township
township
administrator.
administrator.
So it falls under the administrator or business, for billing, would fall under the building area or?
No, it falls under roads, but our township administrator is our contractual holder. So she manages all contracts for our township. That's why she is,
Understand?
yeah.
I understand that. It's just, I'm just trying to figure out where it fit in the budgeting and all the other things you do.
Yeah, good call. Roads. The work is done on the roads. It connects to the building.
But we're, so,
And it should tell you something that everyone thinks that Jesse should be the one.
well, but I think where trustee Buller's going. I don't think it should come out of roads budget. Because the fiber is for everything.
Okay, so general is fine.
Okay. So,
General is fine.
Typically, when we're paying for the spectrum bill, for example, I'm allocating it to everybody in proportions.
yeah, I think a proportional allocation would make sense.
I don't, because it's the location of where the work and the service is performed. And there's work and services performed on the roads that Jesse maintains.
No, because it's not a township road. It's not because it's a road, it's because we have a utility, the fiber optic. And so a
breathing.
So what do you think?
Yeah.
It gets complicated with all, because it starts in the fire department, and it gets out of the fire department and off the fire department property, and then goes up here, and then comes into the building. And once it gets into the building, it's definitely the building issue, but I understand it's along the county road, not the township road, it's county road.
But work done by our roads department on the county.
So which fund should it come out of?
The whole network and everything, I think, should come out of the same fund. I don't think it should be separated, because it's,
Okay, but which fund?
I would put it all in the building, because it's building and infrastructure. For that.
So that's really. Because that's general fund for the building, which is administrative.
Well, and I could see it coming from technology, which is the same thing.
Okay,
And
Are
maybe
you
we
okay with
could
that?
find another,
We're both lost.
maybe we could find another area, but it's all the technology function.
but
Yeah.
practically, the fiscal officer has to know when he does this PO, where's it coming from?
That's correct.
Okay, moved by the chair, second by trustee Rail, further discussion? Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes,
I move that we approve the service agreement, fiber optic utility locating and mapping as discussed and filled out.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail, discussion. So you'll do the clean copy of what we said. I have a,
Yeah, I've got a scribbled copy. I'll do it on the computer, then I'll send it off. Or actually, probably just better do one copy in here for you guys all to sign. Then I'll send everyone a copy once it's signed.
yes, but if you could do it rather quickly, and you can come in and sign it so that you can get it, so that when Ms. Hale.
Why can't you just fill it out right now and we'll all sign it?
I can. It'll take me, I'll have to go back there and get on the computer. It'll take me a
Okay,
minute.
that's fine.
No, you don't even have to, you can handwrite it. Right?
Either way, it's your
You can
preference.
handwrite the original, we can
Okay.
sign the original, and then you can just scan it. to us.
Okay, I can do that too. I'll go back there and do a clean copy and handwrite it too.
That's fine. But you don't have to interrupt us. Just put it here, we'll sign it. and-
It'll be there when I come in the morning.
Well, yeah. But you don't have to talk to us
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
I know what you're doing.
Yep. So the last, okay, go ahead.
So it's been moved by chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Further discussion? Please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller.
yes,
Do you have anything else?
Yes, so the last part is there should be in with that whole pile of paperwork. The front page says on the top, OH0811 member. So this is, they sent it to me from, this is from OOPS themselves. We now have to become a member of OOPS to register our utility. And we have to fill this out and designate viewers, since we adopted them as our locator, as they're the ones allowed to get the phone calls and stuff when someone calls in. So I printed off so you guys can see it, but I have it as a DocuSign thing to be filled out electronically. So I wasn't sure if you wanted to wait for Aubrey to do that or what you want to do, but I wanted you to see what they was asking.
So do you have a preference whether Administrator Hale does this or we have Jesse do it?
I think it would be good for Administrator Hale, and for the reason that she's gonna be familiar with what.
Okay, so I move that we approve Administrator Hale to execute all documents necessary to become an Ohio 811 member.
Second.
Is there any funding required?
So there is, but until we become a member, and what they do is, since it's a new entity, they'll find other areas that have, like, say, 2,500 feet of fiber, which is what we have. And the first year will be a guesstimate on what because it's by how many tickets you get put on your account. So the least it will be is $100 a year, but it could go up to almost $1,300. I don't think will be that high, because I had them say what the county was. The county's at $1,300.
Okay, but no charge initially.
No charge until we have to get this filled out, and then we can come back and allocate money.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Further discussion? Please Please call roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
So that's all for the fiber. Any other items?
Not unless you got anything for me.
Mailboxes.
They are marked, they are oopsed. I will say there is 4 that need, they want new mailboxes, but I don't agree with new mailboxes. We're going to put new posts in and put the step 2 on the post. Because 2 of them have already been screwed together before we even arrived. And most of them have rotten posts that, the plows never hit them, it was just snow.
That's common.
Did you happen to look into what Orange was doing?
I haven't, I'll be honest, I have not had a
That's
chance.
fine.
I have not had.
You had mentioned it,
Yes,
so I wasn't
it's
sure.
on my list today, but with a few other things that come up, I had to get this, I wanted to get the fiber done first because it's not Tony something.
Because the same thing happened to mine. It was not hit by the plow, but it knocked it over, and I just put it back up myself.
And I think,
Well, and the question that I have is if the plow didn't hit it, should the township be paying for it?
If, my understanding is if the snow knocked it over, you just fix the post. They want a new mailbox, you don't give them a new mailbox, but we should fix, even though it was rotten, it didn't fall over until the snow hit it. So that's my thought, is we should replace the post, and that's all.
The mailbox.
Yes, I'm okay with that. I just want to be fair and consistent across with that.
Well, that's what we,
So I think we should
consistently do.
memorialize.
now,
If the plow hits it and breaks it, yeah.
that's different.
yes,
And then that's a one-on-one kind of situation, because if it's a $40,000 mailbox, it's different. Well, actually, that's not what's different. What's different is if it was legal when they put it up there, because sometimes they put up.
see, that's the
mailboxes
other
that are not
issue,
legal.
these mailbox, a lot of these mailboxes are too close to the road.
And so then they can't have exactly what they had before, because we're not allowed to put up an illegal mailbox.
That's right.
It's a,
I agree with everything that you guys are saying. I just want us to have a little blurb that we send to residents when they write in, that we send the same thing and say, here's the parameters for mailbox replacement, so that it doesn't escalate quickly and then they contact us because they feel like there's.
Yeah, and they may, because things can be a little bit differently, they may say, well, you treated us differently. Well, no, we treated you based on the situation, and it's consistent that in your situation, this is what we do.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's something I'll try and work on. I know it's,
Well, and they may not want you to replace the post once they figure out they're not getting another mailbox.
Right.
Like they might want to do it themselves because they don't necessarily.
they could do something different.
Yeah,
Yes, but they need a mailbox right away, and we have a bit of a responsibility. But, and then if they want to dig it out and do their own thing, well, then do your own thing. It's really my problem.
Mhm.
I'm not into buying mailboxes for people that put them up with duct tape and
Yeah.
bungee straps, which there are plenty of those around. And
Well, there was a period of time that every month somebody took a baseball bat to mine, and I started to do the same thing until they quit doing it, and then I put up a nice one.
See, I just haven't fixed mine with anything other than duct tape because it's gonna come down in a year anyway, when they widen Berlin Station Road, but yeah.
Yeah, we took and we've got temporaries. I made 4 temporaries. I just put a post in a bucket with concrete. So if it does fall over, we got temporaries we can take out and put up so they still get their mail.
Well, that's not a bad idea. That's good.
And then because I can't go out there and just dig a hole the same day we hit it, because I have to call oops and wait 48 hours. And
And see, they may not fully appreciate that. They'll say, oh, yeah, but they may not appreciate that until they're told that.
right,
Well, that's why, again,
right. I think we'll make it.
we will come out and replace the temporary holder until we get oops. Within 10 days, we will do this, depending on the situation.
Yeah, I think it's something I can make a policy for. Then also put maybe a snippet of it in the fall newsletter and remind them.
That'd be great.
And then also put maybe what because I have a little picture that shows what the legal requirements are for a mailbox for curb and non-curb.
Adding that in would be nice. Nice touch, for sure. That's very good.
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, and that takes us,
Great, thank you. Thanks for having me. Nice to see everyone again. We'll go through this being mindful of time, but there are a few things that have changed in the market, so we're.
For the record, do you mind introducing?
Oh, of course.
Title of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Erin Schmerschneider with Traybell Energy, Director of Energy Advisory. I'm happy to stand if you'd like.
No.
Happy to sit here.
And to add a few points to it, in the springtime is when the contracts are renegotiated. And this is the time that we need to look at, renewing our contracts with the different vendors. That's what we're headed for here. One of the things that I asked Aaron to do was to tell us how much money we've been saving residents. It's $674,990 for people that have Columbia Gas and AEP electricity and have signed on for the Toronto Township aggregation program.
For this year. For 2024.
For November of 23 to November of 24. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did I get it right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and the one that's coming up quick that we need to do quickest is the Columbia Gas. Needs to be done first and needs to be done relatively quickly. My suggestion is we'll listen to Aaron's presentation, we go through and listen and ask questions. And then at the end of that, let's turn the office to get a contract in place or get a contract, bring it back to the next meeting or get it to the next meeting and then sign it and go from there.
Can I ask just 2 quick questions?
Sure.
Is this actually confidential right now?
No,
Okay.
that's for public information.
Okay, got it. And then, as you go through, could you kind of address it like you're addressing residents? Because I'll probably refer residents back to this conversation if they have questions. And then, of course, then I would refer them to you guys if they have additional questions beyond what we covered today.
Yep, happy to do so.
And a couple things that we're trying to do this year is to make it easier for the residents that are already signed up. Shouldn't have to do anything. They will receive a letter,
Yeah,
but they shouldn't have to do anything. All they gotta do is just keep going the way they're going.
That's correct.
Okay, so there shouldn't be any involvement from that unless they want to opt out. If they want to opt out, then they go through the process of opting out. And for new residents, there will be a letter for them to explain what it is and see if they want to be a part of it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
No. With that, I'll shut up and listen.
Thank you guys very much for having me. I appreciate it. We will start with the good news, as you had just said, in terms of annual savings, $674,990 over 2024. I did want to point out that on this sheet here, I know who can remember what happened a year ago, but your original contract was set to go to May of 2024. You'll see in here that in March of 2024, the rate actually changed, and we did what was called a blend and extend at that point in time to bring additional savings. So all of that is to say that wasn't a one-time thing. That's something that we're constantly monitoring the market. If there's a better opportunity, we would come back and do the exact same thing to say, hey, we can lower your price even further. We just wanted to set that as a reminder for everybody.
so, it started to go up after our blend and extend? The rates, am I reading that?
No, the opposite direction.
Okay.
So your rate was higher if you go from the bottom up.
Because we were blending and extending.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep, it was higher. We blended it to lower that price.
But ultimately, with the blend and extend, it was lower than if we would have waited and then gone to a lower rate.
That's correct.
Yeah, got it.
Yep. There's
Trying to
additional
remember a
savings.
year ago.
Yep. Going through this PowerPoint deck here, so you have just over 2,200 participants, 2,074 residential, and 159 small commercial within the area. As I understand, Trustee Bullard had explained, you're issuing several hundred permits for new building for residential. So we will make an effort this year to add additional mailings, and it will just be for those who have newly moved into the community, right? So it's not that everyone who is a participant is going to get a letter, every quarter. We just want to make sure we're doing an extra effort, so it's extended to those people who have moved in and might not have been in, living here at this point in time. Looking at this projected load growth. So really here, this is something that our grid operator issues every year. This is a 2025 projection. Shows you summer and winter. You'll see, and mine's in black and white, so I apologize. I believe it is the blue line is the flatter of the lines. That was the forecast at the beginning of 2024 to say this is what we anticipate for electricity load growth throughout the AEP Ohio footprint, which is what we're situated in. Come the beginning of this year, 2025, as you can see, that projection, that forecast has risen drastically. So really what we're kind of setting the stage for here is a supply-demand mismatch of what's going on in the market. Number one contributing factor is this massive amount of load growth that's anticipated to happen between now and the end of the decade. A lot of that is with the Intel facility that's going to be coming online. But then also you have the likes of Google and Facebook, these data warehouses, not even data center, data warehouses that use 9 times the computing power of just a regular Google search. So you have all of that coming into the area. And we're seeing that throughout. We're in part of a 13-state grid called PJM. You're seeing that throughout, but it really, really is very heavy throughout the state of Ohio. On top of that, you have a lot of this retirement closure of traditional fossil fuel generating power plants that are called dispatchable, which means if you need more power at an instance, you can say, fire up more power because we have a very high load demand day. Like in the summertime, everyone has their air conditioning on, and if there's a storm or something that comes through. Those type of power plants are being retired and brought offline, and in replacement are renewable assets, which are called intermittent, because it's not always sunny, not always windy, right? And you can't call them up and say, make more sun to make more power at this given point in time. The retirements are not keeping up with what is being put in replacement. And then you have this massive amount of growth that's projected to happen. So again, it's just a supply-demand mismatch. There's projected to not be enough power to support everything that's going to go into the grid come 2026. Now, I don't think this is an Armageddon situation where it's going to be, emergent forever, but you have the next 3 years probably going to be a bit of an issue, even with the new administration who's a lot more favorable to say yes for fossil fuel domestic production, yes for cutting red tape. It still takes, 18 months to 3 years to build a power plant. If I say, okay, build one tomorrow, it's not built the next day, right? So all of this is to say we would see energy commodity prices going up for the next 3 years.
Pretty significant, right?
Yes, significantly. Yep. We are looking at more of a cost avoidance strategy now to say, let's look at a 3-year agreement versus I think we've done 1 or 2 years in the past. And that's because I don't want to sit here in 6 to 12 months from now and say, boy, wouldn't it be great if we could get 8 cents, but sorry, the cost is 12 now. So trying to look at, can we cover ourselves for a period where we see a rising market environment? The 2 pages about this historic forward curves, this is to show you the past 48 months. If you're all the way to the left, this was during COVID time. Power was exceptionally low. We're not going back to that. That was great. That's not happening. And just a lot of volatility that happened afterwards. If you go to the next slide with the next 12 months, show historic curves for the past 12 months, this just gives you a tighter view to be able to see, right? It's hard to see on that prior chart. Really just shows you, again, all the way to the left. That was in February, March of last year. That's where we did that blend and extend, where you see that price drop in there. And if you trail that all the way over to the right, the darker set of lines, you can see you're almost at that same price point if you followed all the way across the year as it was a year ago. So, this isn't a, hey, we're up for renewal time. We are, but it's also, this is what we think is going to be an attractive point in the market of what's to come over the next several years. The next slide here shows you the cost component buildup, and I'll get into what capacity is the second largest contributor of your electric price. But again, this is just to show you, we see through now, again, decade, we forecast those costs going up. Maybe slide 7, PJ on capacity.
So before you get to that, what is RPS?
RPS is Renewable Portfolio Standard, and that is something that varies state by state. It's the amount of renewables that have to go into the generation mix into the grid. So if you say state of Ohio, you have to have, and currently it's 8%, next year it goes to 8.5%. Say of all the power plants that exist in the state of Ohio, 8% of them have to be renewable. California, for example, is 60%.
So the electric that is imported does not have to meet that standard?
Not that's imported, no, just within the state that's generated in state.
When, let's say it's produced in Kentucky and goes to Cincinnati, does Kentucky, does it have to be Kentucky's standard?
And yes, Kentucky. What is in state generated here is what can count towards that RPS figure.
So if it's generated here, but it's imported to Pennsylvania, it has to meet the 8%.
Yes. It's in-state production.
Understood.
And that will scale to 8.5% next year, and then it should stay flat, unless there's some new legislation. So moving on to the PJM capacity. So the largest component is what we talked about was energy. That's the commodity. That price changes every single day, just like any type of commodity market would. Capacity is the second largest component, and that cost really exists to incentivize power producers to make enough power when you need to, right? It's essentially saying, you're promising me for next year, you'll make enough power. You commit to XYZ amount of power. This power plant, this power, each one presents their own nomination. The way that this capacity cost is calculated is through an annual auction. The grid operator holds this auction. The big takeaway here, you don't really need to know exactly what these numbers are. I'm happy to get into it as much as you want in the technical part. But the big takeaway is that the last auction cleared 9 times higher than the previous auction. It's the highest that auction has ever cleared, ever. And again, that's that supply-demand mismatch signal to say there's not enough power plants out here. So we held this auction, and everyone who participates in the auction said, sure, we'll show up, but we're covering a bunch of other load that's no longer available. You're going to need to pay us more to show up. So we project energy commodity prices going up. We know capacity is going up effective June 1st, and that translates to a 20% increase in everyone's electric bill. That doesn't matter if you're with the utility, with aggregation, whatever the cost might be. It's a 20% increase for everybody start June 1. So really, the thing you can do to offset that is try to find as low of a commodity price as possible, low of an energy price as possible. We would anticipate this cost to be elevated. We only know it 1 year at a time. We only know what capacity is 1 year at a time. But we would anticipate those costs to still be high over the next 3 to 5 years. If you go to slide 8, that really is just a visual representation to show you, capacity was maybe on 4%. Now it's going to be 29% of your total cost component. Just to show you that, it's a real cost that's really going to increase rates. So I guess what's next for electricity? As I said, costs are going up about 20%, start June 1. The utility price to compare is expected to be over 10 cents. What we're anticipating prices will be in the mid 8 to maybe high 9 cent range. So we're just starting to look at that with more seriousness. Actually, we're waiting to get out of the cold snap from last week. So starting to do that activity this week into next week. What we are looking for from our communities is to say we're going to have a not to exceed price for the first year that includes everything. Energy capacity, because all that stuff is known. Then for the next 2 years, have a not to exceed price that doesn't include capacity. It will be adjusted on an annual basis once that cost is known. What we don't want to do is hold down the train when we say, okay, well, let's wait to what that cost component, let's wait to know what capacity is going to be. We don't lose out on the low energy price while we're doing that. And at the end of the day, everyone has to pay the capacity price. There's no gamesmanship that can be happened. It's a public formula. What the cost is what the cost is. So as much as we'd like to say to do something about it, we can't. And once that's published, then that price will be adjusted for year 2 and then the same thing for year 3. That means from a resident perspective is that each year you would get a new letter to opt because it would announce what the new price is inclusive of capacity. But again, if you're already participating and want to continue to participate, you don't have to do anything else. It's just, again, regulation, we have to show, here's the adjusted rate, here's the adjusted price.
Is there any condition under which the aggregation price under this would be higher than the direct supplier?
No, so when we saw that in the past, we've said we should put you all back to the utility, right? Because it just doesn't make sense to continue on, because it's totally counter to the way that aggregation is supposed to work. It's supposed to be a savings in place for your residents.
So if that were to happen, because we don't know, you know.
But the thing is with capacity, the way that aggregation is impacted, the price of compare is going to be impacted as well. So it's not, you know, that we get it at 20%, they get it at 15. It would
Right.
be, yeah, exactly the same.
So there would be something in the contract, there is something that would be in the 3-year contract that would say you would default us back to if it did happen. Not with the capacity, but if there were other conditions.
The aggregate cost is
Higher than the actual,
equal or above.
yeah. There would be something in there.
So we could spell that out more clear. I don't know that it's spelled out exactly. We've just done that in the past, right? To
Yeah,
say, hey,
yeah.
we'll put you back on the utility. So I'll look at that to spell it out more clearly. And then it does say in there as well that we can do blend and extend at any time.
Yeah.
Like we've done before. I know 2 separate issues, but just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. That addresses my concern.
So that's electric, and I'm happy to talk through any of that more if you want, as technical as you'd like to be. There's also the gas component I wanted to talk through as well.
Do you have anything on electric?
Well, a couple things to keep in mind is the capacity cost is going to go up April 1st. And it's going to go up for everybody, whether
Yeah.
aggregators or not. And so we may get some questions. I asked Eric how much that was, and it looks like it would be a couple dollars a month on the bill. So I think on the electric bill, it's probably going to be hard for anybody to find it. That's what we're talking, a couple dollars a month on each electric bill.
That's actually for natural gas.
Yeah, electric is 20% higher, so that would be pretty substantive. That would be like if it was $100 bill, it'd be $20 more.
But that's not the capacity fee.
That's
That's
the
rate, yes.
Okay.
Because the
But what you're saying about
capacity
natural
is
gas.
significantly more than 20%, it's just the aggregate cost is 20%.
Mhm. And the second thing is that a lot of houses are coming in with electric heat rather than gas. They're not putting gas furnaces in, any of that sort of stuff. It's all.
Well, when she said it, it's going to be elevated for 3 to 5 years. It's going to be elevated forever.
Yeah, it's never going to go up.
Because when they can't service some places because of capacity, you know that when there is the capacity, it's going to suck it all up. So there's not going to be an excess capacity in the near future. And I mean, an extended near future.
Nuclear development, I think bringing that back into the generation mix is going to be the only thing that really helps solve that
Yeah,
problem.
but I
And
don't
there's a
see
lot of
that
skittishness about
I
that.
don't see that real soon either.
No, not in 3 to 5 years. I don't think, I mean, who knows, you know, we're at a different time, but
By the time it gets approved, then you have to build it.
I hope
Exactly
it's
correct.
not ready in 3 years. That would be a little fast for plant to be up and running and operational. The AP price to compare is expected to be over 10 cents per kilowatt. And the aggregation price, as you said earlier, was expected to be
She said
0.5.
9 to 9.5.
yeah, so we have a not to exceed price of 9.2, so 0.092 per kWh.
Got
From what we're looking at now, we expect it to be 8.5 to 9 cent range.
it, got it.
So it's still savings, right? But instead of looking at $300 a year savings, you're looking at more of $100 to $150 a year.
You know, but the people aren't going to see the savings, they're going to see the additional, they're not going to be happy with. But I understand, so, I mean, I'm oftentimes not happy, but that's the way it is.
Unfortunately.
And this PowerPoint, when you because you know I like to post it online.
Yeah, sure.
Would you remove the confidential whenever you're ready for this to be posted online? And would you add on this little section, the aggregation anticipated? Just the apples to apples, so they can see that. You kind of spell it out down here, because the total savings is 100 to 150 still. But I think it would be good for them to see, because I get questions from residents that say that per kilowatt. They're like, why is this at this price? And then, you know, and that seems to be something that sticks to them. Is it lower? Is it higher there? And then I can kind of cut and paste that out as a first line of defense, so to speak, if I get inquiries.
But one of the other things that needs to be made clear is they can opt out at any time. And sometimes they can get a lower rate for other places, but they're stuck. And that rate can get elevated in the interim. And they don't understand why we have chosen this. I think that needs to be spelled out as well.
Like
Not
another
only
point.
at the annually can they opt out, but they can opt out at any time.
Any point in time.
But you can't do that with some of these others that will give you a bait and switch kind of thing. And if the auction were to go less, they would lower it, but it isn't gonna. And so that's ephemeral.
Yeah.
So you can put on there as well, opt out, you know, it could be at any point in time, and that there's no fees to do so.
Yeah, but if you could do it so that she can just.
On this bullet point, and maybe, and then say, you know, I would like it to say like, almost like, not a warning, but like to say something like, you know,
Unlike others.
unlike, yes, to that effect, something like, if you should you opt out, you know, there may be binding contractual agreements that you can't get out of later with other companies. But we offer, because that's a benefit, that's a plus.
And, but it's, and that's why the others can do it at a lesser price, because they can mess somebody over in the interim. If
Yeah. But I actually, when I joined aggregation, I did it because I could always leave if I didn't like it.
Yes,
And I liked it.
yeah, but where I get the most complaints is, but I found this company that's even less.
Yeah, right.
Well, they don't understand that even less has
Isn't
risk,
ultimately
Yes.
less.
and it's a risk, and we're not going to pick an aggregation system that's risky.
Yeah. I mean, it really is, it's residents' choice that we want residents' choice and saving.
Okay.
Okay, anything else for
So you know,
electric?
so that's
Well,
like-
so you need to designate for,
You have a motion.
no, not yet. Okay. Aaron had mentioned also that there was a potential way of doing a contract, a little easier, but that the Delaware County prosecutor wasn't in favor of. Several of the other county prosecutors are in favor of, no problem. But with the situation here, I told her that we would follow what the Delaware County prosecutor said. We're not gonna reinvent the wheel on that one, so.
Well, it's not trying to butt your head up against the wall, because we'll try it, and then we'll wind up with the prosecutor says anyway.
Sure. So that's one thing to keep in mind. They've got to know the process, but, until the Delaware County prosecutor comes on board with it, we're stuck with where we're at.
I know, but it's the same thing with our building, and
But it's all normal place.
Yeah.
The other thing is we need to designate, and I was going to volunteer to designate myself to be, the lead to get the contracts in place and get a contract identified and being approved.
Yeah.
and that we approved John Board to lead the process in constructing a contract for the board's consideration regarding the electric aggregation program.
That's correct.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Bullard,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
And I really didn't understand what that motion was. Are you authorizing trustee Bullard to?
To work with Trey Bell to construct a electric aggregation.
Contract for the
Contract.
board's consideration.
And 3 months from now or a month from now would be I'll be the administrator.
Okay, yeah.
Well, you can be the lead and say, hey, administrator, hey, go do it.
We gotta do all this.
And this is really well done. Thank you for preparing this in a way that's simple
Well,
and clear and labeled. And
I heard the feedback and I've taken it to heart and
Because if I get the information, I'm not too hard to deal with. But if it's unclear or it's somewhat misleading, then, because I don't like the reality you're saying.
yeah, I don't like it, but that's,
But when it's the way it is, it's the way it is, and you're not trying to hide behind anything. And I appreciate that.
of course.
It is what it is at the end of the
Okay,
I did want to talk about gas, which will be much quicker, much more straightforward, really. Natural gas, you're currently on a program that is a 2% discount to the utility adder, right? So no one's seeing a ton of savings, but it's guaranteed savings. The utility price changes every month, and there's an adder that goes on top of it. Your aggregation contract is structured the exact same way, where it changes every month. It's the exact same rate as a utility, it's just a discount to that adder amount. There is a regulatory change that is coming April 1st. That is going to increase that adder price. So right now, the adder is 0.016, it'll go up to 0.032. And that's what Trustee Bullard was saying, really, as it looks on someone's bill, it's gonna be, $1.90 a month in terms of the increase. So we propose that the program stays exactly the same, the discount to the adder. Just wanted to make you aware that that increase is coming. And again, it's everybody, it's not just aggregation, not just utility, across the board that's coming. It is currently being reviewed by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, right? So there's a proposed rate
do they
increase.
still have one of those?
What's that?
Is there still one of those?
There is.
Okay.
There is, for now, there is. But anytime there's a rate increase proposal, the governing authority has to approve it. Because this pipeline operator operates in 9 different states, it's under federal regulatory versus state regulatory. So it's gonna take them a year to review this rate increase, but they said you can start passing it through, start charging April 1. If we see that that rate is not, it's not justified, we'll give you 60% of what you're asking for, 50%. We're not gonna give you the full increase. That'll be subject to a refund. So that means anybody who is currently in the aggregation program, stays in the aggregation program, they'd be eligible for that refund amount. If it comes, might never come, but they'd be eligible for that. If you're on the utility, you're not eligible for that. It's just a regulation thing of saying, hey, utility, you take the risk both directions. If you get a refund or an extra charge, you don't have to give it back to the customer, but you can't recover it from the customer. If you're with a third party, like the aggregation is, you'd be subject to getting that refund. So that's the only caveat I want to mention of the two benefits there. You get a small discount to the adder, 2%, and if there is this refund determined by FERC, then you'll get it. Be a payment participant to the aggregation.
Is the anticipated price, for gas to go up to, or
It is, yeah, the anticipated.
not like electric though?
Yep, but it is because it's such a large fuel source for electricity, for power plants now. But there's just a lot of uncertainty from the administration, right? So your domestic drilling, I think, personal opinion, it's going to be good for the economy, but a lot of it's going to go to liquefied natural gas, which is going to go overseas, because you're going to get a higher price tag. That's not good for people's personal bill, but good for the U.S. economy. Right? But because there's just a lot of still emotional reaction, we're still kind of figuring out what everything looks like with the administration coming in. Best bet to stay on this product structure now. And then if we see an opportune time to convert it to fixed, we can convert it to fixed at any point during the contract. But right now, too much uncertainty going on to try to say, take a long-term fixed price. You're probably going to be over what the utility cost is, and we don't want to put you into that position.
Yeah, it's easier to describe to residents too. Whatever you pay here, it's gonna be this much under.
Yes. Yeah. But there is that flexibility, right? The same thing, any point throughout the contract, we can convert it to a fixed product.
so our current contract goes to how long?
Your current contract for natural gas is up at the end of April. Your current
So-
contract for electricity is up at the end of May.
So we need to do the same thing, Trustee Bullard, regarding gas?
Yeah, just do both.
Okay. So I move that we approve or,
Authorize.
authorize trustee board to, construct a gas aggregation contract for the board's consideration.
Second,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion.
and just to note, that's with Trigo.
Thank you. Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes,
O'Brien.
Yes.
we got a couple things to do.
All right, thank you very much for having me. I tried to keep it concise, but a lot to get through.
Great, that's great. And whenever you have the opportunity, if you want to send the electronic document, I would.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll make those changes. I'll get them out to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, guys have a great evening. Thank you so
You
much.
too. Good seeing you.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you.
So we can't really take any more action until the fiscal officer returns.
Yes.
Access to cemetery, evergreen fence removal repair.
Nothing new on the fence removal, we will get to it. That's all I can say. And sexton duties, spent some time on the phone with Tim and discussing this, and really, I don't think it's Tim's not doing anything. I think he's doing it for, we require, duties, but the duties kind of lay them out different what the procedures are that's being used. So as far as following exactly what the procedures are for the job description, it's not quite the same. I'll give you an example. One of the things we call out in the job description is to deliver the checks within 24 hours to the fiscal officer for anything that's brought in. Tim doesn't do that. What he does is he delivers the checks to Kathy. Kathy uses a machine on her desk, puts them in the bag, makes it positive, and then Tim gets them whenever he gets or Jeff gets them whenever he gets the time to.
Okay, but he doesn't have them in his possession longer than 24 hours.
No, he
Because
doesn't.
that's really, otherwise the bond is
He
a problem.
doesn't have them. He's delivered them to Kathy to get them deposited, and they get deposited.
Okay.
So it's
The key is the 24 hour it's not in his possession.
And another thing that we call out in the job description is he's to meet with prospective purchasers of lots. And over there, we don't have any prospective, we're not selling lots, so we don't have people to meet with. So that's something that we're just not doing. Or at least we're not doing it at this point in time until something whenever we get to the point of if we ever sold lots.
Absolutely, and I think that there's a few other ones that were in this job description that he doesn't do. I mean, this is where I was going with it was, if he sees his job duties as more limited than what we have described it, then I just want the function and the pay to be in alignment with whatever the function and the pay actually are.
I think the functioning of what he's doing is happening. I don't think the exact specifics of what we call out in the job description is the process that they're using.
Right, and then just one step further, I agree with everything you're saying, one step further then is, I'd like to look at the compensation given what he is actually doing.
Mhm.
Because if we're having other people input into policy, if we're having other people process checks, if we're not meeting prospective buyers of lots, if
Sure.
we are, if he's not doing the headstones, and he's not digging, and he's not, and then are we paying him at the right amount for what the duties are? And is he doing sexton duties? And if he's not, we can add duties or change duties or, I'm not saying how it has to go, but the way he described his role was very different than what is actually in the job description. So I want alignment between the two, and then I want to pay him. Because as and quite frankly, his response of what his duty was, which is deal with people's complaints, is an unacceptable answer for a sexton. And so I think that needs to be revised. If he doesn't want to be the first line of defense in talking with people, then I don't know that he's a sexton.
That's something that has to be done.
Yeah.
He does that, as far as dealing with complaints and stuff.
Well, he does, but the reason why this came up was because we were getting email once a week about issues that they said that they reached out to him for months and never had answers and never got the right answer or never, got a response. And it's the lack of response that I was addressing and wanting to make certain that we have, whatever it is, we have a template that we give him that he gives out. But if we're doing the work, then right. So I want to be able to right size with whatever he wants to be doing, but then I also want to make sure that we're getting what we need to have done. So if all he wants to do is, do headstone repair, historian type stuff, I'm fine with that. That's fine. But then we need to get a sexton.
We'll spend some time on the job description and make it more.
Well, I'd like him to come in, but I know that we've been limited on time, but I'd like him to come in because I want to hear from his perspective more about how he views his job and see if it aligns with what we need as a township. And maybe there is a different role, or maybe we evolve the role he's in. But the way he described it was not my understanding of what he should be doing. So I just want to make certain that we're all on the same page for that.
Okay. And today, like a whole bunch of us have come down with the flu. And it's Aaron had it, I had it, Rob got it. Tim's early in getting it.
And there's no rush to it because we said that, we would talk about it when we can get to it. So it's not an urgent item. I haven't gotten those kinds of emails recently.
I haven't either.
So there's less pressure in the cooker, so to speak, to get that process articulated. But I appreciate you talking with him because I do think over the next few months, especially with Administrator Hale stepping in, we'll want to have some things smoothed out and worked through when it comes to figure out.
I've spent a lot of time with Tim, and it's not Tim's fault. It's because the cemetery there is different than what most cemeteries are in terms of having the information and that sort of stuff to be available, and working also with the prosecutors. A lot of time with Tony on what we can do, what we can't do, and how to do things, and how to work our way through stuff. And I know Tony's frustrated because we got a whole bunch of problems that there isn't any real solution.
Clean solution.
In state law. And it's a problem for Tim too, the same kind of way.
I don't disagree with that at all. But I do think that there are communication challenges that do need to be addressed and that do need to be communicated to the resident, even if the answer is, I'm still looking into this, or I haven't heard back. Or sometimes there's a misunderstanding, like he's calling us the cemetery board. And we need to say, stop doing that, we're not the cemetery board, you are the sexton, and we are the board of trustees. So just making certain that we are aligned on the same page, so that the messaging is the same. And sometimes he said, I'm waiting on the board, and I never even knew that there was an open question. And one of them was, he said he's been using his own tools to do the repairs. I didn't know that till the day he wrote that email. And, and so I don't mind him bringing up those things, but if you bring it up and you assume that we all have that knowledge, don't make that assumption, because if you have something that you want to address with the board, come and address it with the board, and then we can help solve for it together, But that email, I want to go through that email that he sent, because there was a lot of stuff to unpack there that I think is necessary for us to all be in alignment.
Okay.
But I do agree with you, it's complex and messy. And so there's not gonna be clean, and we're not gonna have clear cut answers that we can provide to residents. But we can be communicative and we can be trying to get those answers, and we can make certain that we keep folks updated when we're looking.
Okay. That's my comments on that.
Anything else for cemetery?
Burial there tomorrow, which we started today, which is a grave to be put a grave with a existing vault that's in the grave right now. What gets interesting is the remains are being sent from Florida, going to a funeral home. Funeral home guys gonna come tomorrow. We're gonna put them. There'll be no family there or anything else. It's just put them in the grave. But the thing they're running into is the top of the vault is about 14 inches from the top of the ground, and what they got in there looks maybe a little big, and just gotta figure out a way to get it in there. We'll work on it. We'll get our way through it. But it's kind of interesting. Nobody's gonna show up for the funeral, so to speak.
So, I know that we, voted to allow that, but are we allowing the reverse, where the remains are first?
No.
Okay.
And the reason being that.
Well, I understand, because I was just gonna say, I don't know how we could do that. Okay, as long as I'm in agreement
Well,
with
yeah,
that.
the second thing in the grave has to be cremated.
Okay, yeah. And we can't change how people were buried before, but the vaults are lower now.
Just, they're a little bit lower.
Well, yeah,
But
but lower.
And the, this petition for the cemetery over there should be, for the commissioners in June.
And that's just the first hearing,
That's
right?
the first hearing. Second hearing is probably August.
That would be exceptional facts.
Understand?
Are we the only petitioner? Are we the only one?
We're the only one that's involved.
Okay.
We're the only one involved.
Anything else for cemetery?
No.
Fiscal officer items?
First item, of course, is the payment list. There's actually two. One is the checks, and I put together 4 all rental deposit refund. That's what the $475 checks are.
Okay, so I move that we approve,
Sorry, I can do it during the discussion.
I move to approve, payment listing February 2025, dated 2/21/2025, at 5:45 p.m.
Second.
Moved by chair, seconded by trustee Wick.
Did you list the check?
Oh, yeah, I apologize. Thank you for the friendly amendment. I'm gonna withdraw the entire motion because I was doing the payment listing. I really want to do the acceptable withdrawal.
Yeah.
I really want to do deposit pay file report because the other one is informational that we haven't gotten in the past, and I appreciate the fiscal officer providing the payment listing. Those are the ones that aren't actually text. They're the ones that are, it's a D and UAN. I don't know what the D stands for. It's been so many years since I've been there.
Yes.
When you,
On the right, control.
well, it's not, but this says O. When you open the books, there's ones that are D, which doesn't require a check. What's that D stand for? They may have changed.
I haven't seen D. It's electronic, it's warrant, and it's
Okay, so if they change it, I'm looking for old information. I don't want to.
Manual, warrant, manual, or electronic are your choices.
Okay.
And I'm not sure I know what manual is.
So, the one thing that I did ask from the fiscal officer to please provide us in the, future is the breakdown by funds, so that we know where they're coming from.
Yeah, that's great. If it's easy for them.
Yeah, I think it is. There's a report you can do. That's a payment report, it's just a payment listing, I believe. You can do a payment register detail, I think is what it's called, and it will place them and give the appropriation, the allocation that I've done for each payment.
So, it's just asking.
It can be bigger.
Yeah, well, but we just have to ask, and he doesn't know what we want without asking for it.
Yeah.
So I appreciate
I think
it.
that's good. But this, what you went to put through, it says the status is outstanding on these. So does that mean,
That means that month, that February has not been reconciled yet.
okay, so it doesn't, so clear doesn't mean paid. These have been paid, but they just
Yes.
haven't been reconciled. Got
Yes, they're cleared through the bank, but they're not reconciled with the bank statement in UAN yet.
Okay, so, I apologize for me, doing the wrong, resolution before. So I now move, that we approve positive pay file report, dated 2/21/2025 at 4:18 PM. Payments 32696 through 32716, inclusive, for an amount of $27,668.79.
So,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Board. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Fuller.
yes,
So, with that, we also have the four, hall rental, deposit, checks being returned. So I move that we approve a positive pay file report dated 2/24/25 at 4:00 PM, from warrants number 32717 through 32720 for an amount of $300.
Second.
Moved by chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Willard,
yes,
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
And so I already mentioned the electronic payment list. Did you want to go over that anymore?
The other item that's typical, you can see the big one that's electronic is always the payroll, and that's what the first five on, the 39,000 figure is the net pay, for a bi-weekly payroll. The other big ticket item, well, of course, monthly payroll will be something like $10,000. And then the other thing that's not on here, but will be in the next one, will be the, health insurance premium, which is about 18,000.
Yes, that's good to know.
And then most everything else is 2 to high 3 figures, maybe occasional $1,000 figures. The gas bill over the fire station will be $1,200 this month, something like that, but most everything else is small.
Thank you. That takes us to Otarma annual renewal. I thought we had done it.
We did, I sent it off, it hasn't cleared yet, which is kind of worrying me a little bit, but I'll keep an eye on it.
Can you take it off this list?
Yes, I can. No. It's off.
Okay, 2024 end of year progress.
Is closed in UAN. I still have a few items to get off the floor of my desk, get in boxes neatly and put on shelves with boxes and labels. Other than that, 2024 is pretty much closed.
Thank you. Bain Walker credit account.
And also the W.W. Williams, same thing. I sent them off to Tony Stocco, who called me up and said, they can't do this. These are commercial credit type applications. You're not going to do that with a government. He got contact information at Bain Welker from Mr. Peden, and WW Walt Williams from the fire chief, and went to contact him and say, look, it's a government, you're gonna get the money, you're not gonna get a personal guarantee out of Mr. Jordan or any of the trustees or so forth. Just, I don't know what he's gonna manage to negotiate with them, but I don't have a final answer yet from anybody on how that's gonna work.
Well, I know it's not a first-time problem because
Sure.
every township has the same situation.
Yeah.
And it used to be even worse because you used to have a terrorist statement that had to be included in that. I don't know if that has to be anymore, but that always slowed things down as well.
Well, I was a collections lawyer in commercial collections. I always saw these. I lived with those. I did collections for businesses like this. And so, yeah, I get it, but you know, that's in private. When you're dealing with public administration, you don't do that.
So the supplemental appropriation, did they raise the amount?
Well, yeah, when I went through and did the 2025 purchase orders, I did the same number that was last year's number,
Okay.
not realizing that it was gonna go up.
Yeah.
And so then I'm not sure why I would do that.
Well, what they do is they base it on the amount of population that's determined by regional plan.
The proportion.
Yeah.
It's
So
a proportion.
I move that we approve supplemental appropriation of $709.37 to the Delaware County.
Second.
Moved by the chair, second by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call roll.
Rail,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. Any other items for fiscal office?
No, sir.
That takes us to.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Takes us to trustee items, natural disaster mutual aid for townships. That was something that DCTA was sitting on.
Oh, yes, we actually didn't have the chance to, talk through it, due to the EPA 208, item coming up. So it is on the agenda still for discussion and questions. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. That takes us to TIF hours and hours and maybe jet options at the same time. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you want to lead that discussion, please?
We could go into executive session for that, or we could stay out in general session.
Well, why don't we go into executive session now because we've got enough time for time certain and,
Nobody's here.
and yes, so nobody's waiting on us. We might have an employment issue as well. If somebody would like to make a motion. Do we have anything else for executive session other than this?
I've got a little statement on the Temple thing, but I can't do it.
Unless we have Reinhardt join.
Attorney. I just wanted to give you the status.
All right, move to recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121.22G1. Consideration of hiring, firing, compensation, demotion, promotion of a public employer official, and G8 to consider confidential information relating to marketing plans, specific business strategy, production techniques, trade secrets, or personnel financial statements of all applicants and for economic development assistance or negotiations with other political subdivisions respecting requests for economic development assistance, provided that of the standard conditions apply. The board as well as the fiscal officer present.
I second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion. Again, it's two items. One of them requires a unanimous vote. If we don't, then we'll split it into two motions and then move from there. Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes,
Bullard.
Yes.
we are in executive session.
Wait.
Is there a mouse? Can I see the mouse right there?
No, this is mine.
Oh, do you have the mouse? Jim?
It's on the lectern.
Ah, got it.
Yeah, so we moved all that over there.
Yeah, that was, we had that.
Ah, well, there you go.
Thank you. We have returned to regular session from executive session. No decisions were made, no action was taken. The next item was Rockford home litigation. I don't have anything on this. Does anyone have any discussion on that?
Yes, I do, just very briefly, it is an appeal, and, there was a question about, whether or not we wanted to request Dawn from the cell tower litigation or Paul Lafayette who just recently completed, or is still involved with, TNR. And I didn't know if the board had a preference.
Do you have a recommendation?
They're both excellent. I think Paul Lafayette is probably a little bit more familiar with our area. John is a little bit further up and involved more in federal cases and cases closer to the northern Ohio region, but I'm happy with either. But I think Paul Lafayette is pretty well known around this area and they're familiar with our township procedures as well.
Also, I got no problem, I don't have a problem anymore.
Okay, well then, if there's consensus, then, Jeff, could you request that, we engage with, Mr. Lafayette's law firm for the Rockford Homes litigation?
Do we get to choose?
He asked if we wanted Dawn, and so,
He doesn't have all the areas.
Completely forgetting the
Right.
guy's name. It's, there it is.
There's a. Okay, so, these are the areas that I sent you. Motion. That's a good.
I don't think we need a motion, I think we just need consensus.
Okay, so I'm.
Because it's through Otarma, because we can't,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's good. Now, we did get are you familiar with, the request for Dawn for the cell tower case? Did Chris Reinhardt talk to Ivy
yes,
about
yes.
engaging her for that?
yes, the claim, the initial claim for the federal level that she was helping with is closed. So, I'm happy to utilize her services outside of the Otarma fee, assuming that it will go back to the federal level.
See, it seems to me to make sense to us, to have that. Now, we did receive, or at least I received, an engagement. Did you all receive that?
Oh, I don't think I did. When was that sent?
3 hours ago.
Oh, today?
Well, now it's 6 hours ago. It's 3 hours ago.
What time?
1:50 p.m. I'll forward it to you.
I don't have it.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yes.
Mhm.
It's almost 6 o'clock.
Email's gone.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so, we do have an 8 o'clock time certain in regards to, major and minor modification that we, on case 16-001 on amendment 4, that the applicant had asked to have, for a date and time certain today, continuation. So, I'll turn it over to Trey to lead this portion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, gentlemen. Looks like we have some documentations and stands, so if you would like to just walk us through the nature of your request and some details, that'd be great.
Thank you. Again, I wanted to apologize to all three of you for not being here last time.
Oh, no problem. Do you mind introducing yourself just for the record?
Dan Griffin, 5672 Evans Farm Drive, Lewis Center, Ohio, 45305.
There you go.
But yeah, I was unaware. I thought we were doing a boundary. Anyway, I just wanted to apologize for not being here last time. I would have been here. And I did not get your email. I think we figured that out from that morning to bring additional information, or I would have made it here. So I apologize for that.
No problem.
So here we are, and I believe, and I hope we have all the information that will answer your questions tonight. So let me start with the request that.
One moment. Did you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to, yeah. I'm going to have Jen Heber join us from Brochus Johnson and Greg
Oh,
on the phone because she can't attend in person.
great, no problem.
She loves that. Thank you. Apologies.
Everybody sign in. One of my OCDs, sorry.
I was printing my middle name too, you're sorry.
Excuse me.
All right, if we need her, we can call and catch her up. She was getting out of the training, so it might have longer.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So I'm not going back too far back, but I think what happened was, I'll say we brought the cart before the horse, because at some point, either in front of you guys or in front of the zoning commission, when we were talking about this area in here, I think somebody recognized that because of the street alignment, the boundaries were changing, and correctly so. So we've held off on any discussion, with the zoning commission on this piece and Levi wanted me to separate the amendments and bring in an amendment to the boundaries. So that's
Perfect.
And again, sorry I wasn't here, but what I thought to start off, and this is probably the best view, and you guys can tell me what you need to see, because I brought it all here's the original plan in 2016.
Mhm.
And here, as you can see, this is when they were talking about the county about bringing a bridge over and bringing Holland back as a major thoroughfare connecting over here, and then having these two connect, and this road, Pike Road, swing out and come there. So this is what today's current plan is because of the realignment. And there's the two levels. Let me say this just from a practical standpoint. I think Ken brought it up last time as far as walkability and changing character. Regardless of who, and obviously, and I am corrected, it was the county who made this. It was good for us as Evans Farm. Now that we've taken a step back and said, this would have had three major roadways bisecting through a town center. Just like down here, we have west of Pyatt Road, and we have, and we have east of Pyatt Road, and that's where our sort of town center is, and then we have west of Pyatt Road along the tracks. So the same thing is happening now here. We've got west of Pyatt Road, that little block, and then this really is the walkable town center. So I like the change the county made. I think it really does improve the overall plan compared to this from a traffic standpoint and walkability. And so that's that. And I, now that we've got this roundabout here, we'll be working with the county on lining the roads and try to keep a lot of the thoroughfare out so people can come into the town center, park, and walk around. So that's, and this is the section. There's no more density and, same count of green space. In fact, right now, based on this, we've got more green space than our 35%. There's no more units, same count on the units. I did do this on this plan that's different from this. Same thing with the major thoroughfare coming through. And this old plan that was gonna wind it all the way through here and sort of bisecting those areas. As Ken said last time, we want walkability through here to be able to connect this agricultural area and this green space. So I did put in just that as to let you guys know we're looking at those pieces. We don't have a buyer or a use for those, but I did want to at least say, as we look at this area in here, we're trying to make it more walkable. Now that the North Road is swinging to this side, we want to keep open green spaces and gathering spots in there. So it was just, again, it's our first blush there. So from that aspect, just from the idea of the boundaries changing, do you guys want to ask questions to me? Again, same acreage, same density. I can go through, I see that, the plan you submitted has all the connected trails and the walkability side of the connectivity, but I do have a bigger section of that if you want to go through that too.
Yeah. And I appreciate what you sent as well, because that was helpful.
Yeah. Again, we apologize. I think it's the cart before the horse, and you guys correctly recognized it. I think we've got this figured out now. So this thoroughfare plan, well, I don't even want to call it a thoroughfare plan. I want to call it a connectivity. And if you, Greg, if you want to walk through it, from the landscape side of it and the architecture, and then also I want to remind, this 10-foot, and I can take it if you want. You want to set up here?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Greg Chillog, land planner, landscape architect with Edge, 330 West Spring Street, Suite 350, Columbus, Ohio, 43215. So a year or so ago, Dan asked us to help tell a story of walkability and connectivity. And so when you think about those things, you think about, what is that? What does walkability mean? Well, in the planner world, it means a lot of things. We've actually included an article as an outside expert that kind of outlines things that help define walkability in neighborhoods. It starts to deal with how you front streets, lengths of blocks, sidewalks on both sides of streets, street trees, breaking the blocks down, providing multiple modes of connectivity, paths and sidewalks. Those are all things that, I've been around this project from the beginning, and I've seen those things. That's everything about this plan has been built on those. But what we really wanted to do was kind of graphically show what that means, how you can see it on the plan. And so what we did is we took some time and we went through and we created kind of a destinations and a connections plan. That's what walkability is. What are you walking to? You need places to walk. Those are our destinations. So we've highlighted these on the plan with these circular symbols. Orange Town Center, Berlin Town Center, green ones that represent neighborhood parks, regional parks. We've even looked outside of our boundary, how we connect to the greater community, schools, churches. So those are kind of the destinations. That's where we're going. Now it's about how do we get there? Well, the first thing is we have sidewalks on all sides of our streets. Every street has sidewalks on both sides. The other thing I think about them, Pyatt has a path, a trail.
That's the 10-foot bike trail.
Okay, but you said sidewalks.
Yeah, I did.
Because we have a disagreement.
Okay, well,
But you said there's sidewalks on both sides of the street.
all our streets, let me define them. Let me finish here. All of these areas here on this graphic that are represented here are our internal streets. They all have sidewalks on both sides. Not just sidewalks on both sides, but there's multiple connectivity points. It's just not one way in and one way out. There's multiple means of connectivity. That helps with traffic, and that helps with distances that you need to walk to. These also tie into these larger systems of pathways. So these large arrows, which pretty much parallel some of the more major thoroughfares, are the 10-foot wide pathway. So all these sidewalks connect out to the pathway, leading you through these leading you through the site, from outside off of the site, through and outside off of the site. So that's what this plan is intended to do, is to really graphically show you where those open spaces are, where all of the pedestrian facilities are, how they're connecting, and what they're taking you to, what they're leading you to. Now, I'm not saying that somebody lives here is gonna walk down here, but you could. There are facilities to do that. And that was the driving force behind this plan from day one. Which was very clear from, I think, the vision from the family, and I think it was originally approved. So if there's questions on this destinations and connections, I think we can help you through that. But we think it's a pretty effective way to show all the multiple options you have to get around through this neighborhood. And when we tie that in and you start to, when you're looking at like our sample article about the 10 things that create walkability.
Do you have a printed copy for me?
I do.
have the electronic.
I have one.
I do.
Do you have notes on this?
I do not.
Okay. You can keep your notes.
I did drink some better. Yeah, you can have, there's the article.
I think the other thing that's interesting is, when you're talking about walkability, specifically to the area that we're speaking to tonight. This is the zoning boundary as we stand here tonight. We have a little bit of frontage on Pyatt, and we have a little bit of frontage on Shanahan. The alternative is a little bit of frontage on Shanahan, and a little bit more frontage on Pyatt, and a little bit of, I forget the name of the road on Hollenbeck. So we're increasing the exposure to that and the ability to access that community center.
So how many access points are there off of Pyatt?
I think right now, I think what we're contemplating is probably,
Contemplation means nothing. What is going to be?
as of today, just like it was 10 years ago, our best guess is we're probably going to be permitted one access point.
I guess
I
off
think
of
he's-
Pyatt.
Are you talking about access trails or roadways?
Well, access, so there's
Okay.
multiple ways.
So
of
start with
access.
the roads. Go with the big one and go up.
Pyatt Road, we probably have one access point off of Pyatt.
Probably. So is your plan a probable? Because you're asking major, minor. If it's a probable,
No,
it's not
this
a is.
This is what we're asking. Now, when we get ready to design the interior with the road access, the county approves. That's why he's saying,
This plan that we're showing here tonight has no more, no less information than was approved in 2016. And that plan is in the packet. That's why we included it, so
It
you can
has
see.
different information,
right,
It's different because this boundary is different, but it has no more or no less.
but it,
It shows,
and I agree with you, but it,
I
well,
want-
in terms, they're talking about quantitative value of acreage of PCD, quantitative value of housing density.
Well, that's true, but that's a
But
given.
it's
but that's-
empirical data that we have today.
quantitative data of open space. Those are the three calculations you're using. When considering the major minor, though, you have to look at uses by parcel. And that is a change from 2016, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So,
And I think that's what this shows.
yeah,
This is
exactly.
what we're here for tonight.
Yep.
Are these odd shaped pieces of ground that do not work with the new thoroughfare network.
Correct.
So these pieces of ground, if we would have drawn this with this road network 10 years ago, would probably look like what we're going to propose tonight
Mhm.
or have been proposing.
Mhm.
So we're going to fill these in with pink. We're going to take pink out of here
Mhm.
and simply fill that in to maximize what we can bring to the market.
Mhm.
If we don't, we bring in commercial development that isn't efficient and there's leftover parcels. It's something I don't think anybody wants. So I think that's, in my opinion, I'm not going to speak for Dan, but that's the big ask is,
Yeah,
how do we make it efficient and make it logical and use common sense to assign the land uses where they should be relative to the thoroughfare network?
So I want to go back to Ken's question and answer it the best we can today, right? Which is roadways. We know we have an access here. We know we have an access coming here. We know we have an access coming up.
for the record, can you make it a little more clear?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That won't.
Yes.
So into the Berlin Town Center, we have an access coming in off Pyatt, and it'll be decided with the county on how far from the roundabout that access can be, right? So we have an access coming in from Shanahan, where where Evans Farm Drive extends into the Berlin Town Center.
And that will line up with
Well,
a
that's Evans Farm Drive, I'm sorry. This
Hickory.
is Hickory. So this is Hickory coming to the north into the PCD. This is Evans Farm Drive coming to the eastern boundary of the PCD. And then we'll have another access coming in off Hollenbeck. So those are the vehicular accesses into the PCD. With the left side of Pyatt, let's call it the west side of Pyatt, we know today that the county will have us line up the access across the street into, which will be north on Pyatt. So there'll be two accesses, one at the roundabout and one again, north of the roundabout where Hollenbeck is. Trying to explain it. So it's, so they'll have two vehicular accesses there. And we have, at one point, we have a drawing that's, do we access from this street? Is there an access? We'll probably put a path in.
Yeah, most likely there'll be an access opposite of this on Pyatt
Right,
into here, and probably one off of Shanahan into that.
okay.
I would think.
Yeah, and then, let's talk about the walking side of it. The 10-foot trail that we'll be bringing up. So now we're away from the street. The 10-foot trail that we're bringing up that connects into the 10-foot bike trail behind the old Lewis Center.
Is that on the west side only, or both west and east?
No, on the east side is the sidewalks in front of the homes, and on the west side is the 10-foot trail. And that runs all the way up to the Berlin Township line, and then continues all the way up to Peach Blow. And I don't know, Ken and I talked about this 10 years ago. You know, at some point, that 10-foot bike trail is going to connect all the way up to the Berlin High School, I can imagine. I know we talked about it with the parks area of maybe taking along the tracks to get up there. So I don't know how that's worked out with that. So we
So
have,
you have an agreement with those homes that aren't part of Evans Farm to go in front of their houses, to make that path connect all the way to Peach Blow?
here? Oh yeah, we're all the way here. This is the school, this is the
They're
old,
on the.
this
east
is the
side.
Ross property, and this
The
is
trails
all.
on, the trails on the west side.
Yeah, there's two homes on the west side, the older homes.
Yeah, there's the lady who passed away here that we'll be acquiring. We're working with her lawyer. And yes, we have the ability to go across hers.
Okay, now.
This is our
I
trail,
heard you're
working with her lawyer.
So you don't have the authority to make that commitment at this time? Is that accurate?
Isn't the bike path in the public right of way?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
so we do.
But we're in the public right of way.
But we don't allow it in the public right of way.
Oh, it,
And that part is in Berlin Township Road, not the county road.
okay. So there'll be until we have her attorney finish up her estate, there'll be a 80-foot strip that'll connect the Ross property and all the way down that we do not have current access to, which we will get.
You have the other home?
Yeah, we own that. It's right, let me see, Hollenbeck, yeah, it's right here, north of Hollenbeck, right in here. It's where I tapped the maple tree today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got a big sugar maple there, and we make syrup every year, so there's the 10-foot bike trail here. Now, what we're doing from here is bringing up a 30-foot.
Here is not real good for.
I'm sorry. South Old State down there where the sewer plant is. There'll be a trail that comes north, and it'll be between the Evans family property, Evans Farm in Orange, and Evans Farm and the Rockford piece to the north. And there'll be a trail that actually comes through all the way and connects east-west. So I always say, when I started looking at this, we have our north-south 10-foot trail. We have our east-west 10-foot. Now, we also have the 10-foot bike path coming Hollenbeck all the way to
Is
here.
that or South Hollenbeck? Because I
This is-
didn't think the Rockford property had do they have the multi-use paths?
Yeah, it's on the south side,
On the
Yeah.
south side?
which runs along the proposed commercial.
Yes, it's
Okay,
there.
it is on that. Is
Yes.
it 8 or 10?
I think
I don't know. It should be 10, but
I'm assuming it was 10, as I believe when we were doing it.
I think they might have gotten us for 8 on that. Because they ended up doing more trails on the inside. And at first
okay.
they didn't want to do the outside trail along Pyatt. They just wanted to have only internal.
okay,
And
well,
so I think I don't know for sure, but I think.
wherever they end,
Yeah.
we'll be doing 10.
You'll expand out.
We'll expand it to 10. And then we have South Old State that we're putting the 10-foot trail here. And then it'll be in front of here as well on the, I'm trying to explain it since, on South Old State heading north to the Hollenbach area. The properties we own will be putting the 10-foot bike trail.
That we own, that's not clear for the minutes. What do you own?
We own the Pyatt, we'll have the Pyatt property, and the only piece that we can't connect, and I'm sure they'll end up, because this is in the right of way.
Well, that's Orange Township
So
too.
that's, but as it gets to here, oh, you're right, so it will be connected there, because it's in the right of way. And it's in Orange Township as it gets to the Pyatt property. And then we'll continue that 10-foot trail, so.
I mean, conceptually, I really appreciate you bringing your expertise on this. It'd be really nice to, not necessarily for right now iterations, but to see, because you have like the 10-foot trail, the sidewalk, you say which side it's on. It'd be really nice to see like sidewalk here, then it goes to a 10-foot trail, or sidewalk on this side, trail on this side, instead of just kind of one line kind of representing both. So that, just so that it's clear which one's the trail, which one's the sidewalk. Mostly it seems clear, but like, I know like the Rockford homes, like I think all those little brown streets are all multi-use paths, right? Those aren't sidewalks, are they?
And here,
Sidewalks would be these guys.
sidewalks should,
Mirror their streets, the roadways.
yes, and then these, the dotted ones are.
The
Offshoot
dotted
paths.
ones are the multi-use paths in
Yes.
Rockford, okay.
Yep.
And then, okay, so then, like going the east-west on Shanahan. So I know that is going to be on the south of Shanahan,
Yeah.
starting at, 23.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna be a 10-foot trail on the south of Shanahan, starting
Yeah.
on 23, all the way down.
Yeah.
To, I know the railroad tracks, but then you guys are conceptualizing it going further to,
Yeah.
right? Oh, the whole way? The
We're
whole way?
trying to mix
Is that
mirror
also
it
good?
and just pick it up, yep.
So then the little dotted line, that's not a 10-foot path, or that is?
It's a different type of path. I don't,
This
But
one
is it
here,
10?
this
Yeah.
one's a 10-foot.
So it's the same 10-foot path, but it's represented by different dots.
Oh, no, I know why, because it's in the back of, it's actually 30-foot wide here. And it's gonna go over
So
here,
is
and
it-
we're not paving that. This is a multi-use walking path that'll get you there.
gravel,
Yeah,
naturalized path being,
just like we do on our parks.
I don't,
Sorry about that.
yeah, that's not a multi-use path though.
our multi-use paths east-west are through here and along the hall.
Okay, so the big
Here
lines.
is not gonna work for the minutes.
Yeah. The big lines.
I just want to be clear, as we've stated in our application, we are not submitting this for approval tonight.
Okay, so that's, may I
Yeah.
interrupt?
Yeah, please.
So what I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, but when I read, on page 4 of 6, number 11, supporting information, it says the following materials are being provided only as supporting background information and shall not be considered as regulating documents or subject to approval of this application. So when I read that, I'm hearing none of this is a commitment.
No. I think what we're trying to do,
Okay, tell me what is a commitment?
this plan right here, this and this,
Okay,
we're gonna change it from this to this. That's all we're asking for.
but we're asking what is the character and is that a change of character? And so in order to be able to ascertain that, it is how it connects. And so we've been talking all about these paths. If these paths are commitments, I'm interested in hearing what you're saying. If they're just illustrative that is not a commitment, I don't really care, and I will vote for a.
Then I'll let you know right now, these paths are commitments.
Okay, so.
They've always been commitments.
So if you mark the exhibits so that we know that they're exhibits. That'll be very helpful so that.
For the path side of it.
So that-
Absolutely.
So that it can be entered into. the-
Well, the question too is, and I appreciate this dialogue, can you commit to this?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
like
these-
before, you guys had commitments, but the county forced it to change. And my question is genuinely,
No,
like,
these
is the
paths,
county down with all of this?
the path, yeah, absolutely.
This is,
The
nothing's
only thing that we just said is, as far as the roadways,
right, right.
entrances in, and when we get ready to bring this back in, entrances lined up. But I believe the county with the roundabout here, and they've seen all this. It's just the roadway entrance into the PCD and they have to be here.
So there's a roundabout at Hollenbeck and at, Shannon.
And at Shanahan, yeah, two of them.
Because I don't know that I've seen that on any of these documents.
They are.
They're on the master plans, Dan.
Yeah, they were on the master plans for. They're right. Is that right?
Yeah, I just missed the visualization at Shanahan.
But absolutely, we can commit to the trails and the connectivity. This, like I said, starting this
If
off.
you mark it, you don't
Okay.
have to
Right.
say all of it. It's.
Great. So,
Well, and that helps us understand the character, like I mentioned to Jill.
and I'm
These
sorry.
are they
You're
were
right.
two blobs, they didn't even define the parcel numbers. But the key is the character, because that's a major, and then the other key that, we haven't really brought up, but it is the uses. I had a couple questions, if I may.
Oh, you're reading it, so you're.
So before, when it was conceptualized with having the residential abut to the PCD,
Mhm.
was that kind of for that more like urban feel where there's like townhomes behind the businesses for transitional zoning from townhomes to,
Well,
or were these always just gonna be single family homes with the alley in the back way and the front porch and kind of style?
what I can tell you is that this was the back of the lot for the single family.
That was their backyard.
This was the back of the
Yeah.
commercial parcel, so they weren't facing each other. So the outward face was along the street edge. That's still the intent.
For instance, like right here.
No, what do you mean that's still the intent? This would go away, right?
Yeah, it would turn from single family to some town center type use that would front that street.
But this in the old plan right here with Evans Farm Drive coming up north, and once it hits the edge of the Berlin Town Center, these will be facing the town center and some of our areas that we're working on now, and those will be alley loaded right here.
And
I
that's.
think one thing I would point out to you here is that now we're gonna have sides that are opposite of that town center, and so now we only have these
You're,
6 or so.
the minutes aren't gonna be able, you're gonna have to describe.
So this is,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm okay with that, Trustee. So this is along Shanahan, the road that doesn't exist right now, that would continue where Shanahan and the stop sign is Pyatt and Shanahan, and become a roundabout. And then there'll be a new road created that goes west.
And connects to the
And all
extension
of
of
this-
Evans Farm.
All of the southern portion of that are homes that are in orange.
Mhm.
So we don't, I mean, I like what you're saying, but that's not within our purview. But what we have here is we have a clearly defined commercial area. Are there any, and then you'll have homes on the other side of the street that is now, this is called Street BA, but it doesn't exist right now, but it would go north-south a few blocks west of
That would
where
be the,
Shannon.
yeah, that'd be the extension of Evans Farm Drive, and it would meet up at Hollenbeck across from this exit entrance from the arrowhead.
And then what, so is this where the homes that were previously in the new area that is PCD, is that where those homes are moving? That's my question, because I feel like we've been very consistent from the beginning as to what we're asking for. Does the character stay the same,
Yes.
right? Are the uses staying the same? And then if I know you're not changing density, but you're changing location of density, and that really matters to our residents, because if you take away 30 homes from one parcel and then you add it next to.
That character is still the same.
Mhm.
There's the same homes, just in a different configuration.
Okay, so that's,
They still, it's still the
so
same.
the homes that were lost, where's the prior one? Yeah, is that prior? No, that's the,
This is what it is today.
yeah. So all of these homes are gone, right? All of these homes are gone, all of these homes are gone. Where are they in
Well,
number and where are they going to?
I can't tell you exactly where they are, other than, because we just didn't take those 10 out and put them somewhere else. This whole plan has been reworked.
Yeah, but,
So-
and I appreciate that you're new to the conversation, but we have said this every single time, that like when Rockford came in, with every time somebody comes in, you're not reducing density. If you want to cut out those homes and reduce density and they don't go anywhere, fine, no problem. But if you're changing the location, we have to understand where they're going to, and if that will preserve the essential character, otherwise it's major, right?
At a high level, the
And we did that with
only
Rockford.
thing I can tell you is that this residential ground right here
That's going away
is
from
now
what you're
coming over
proposing.
here.
All of it is going to that area.
And nowhere else.
And nowhere else. That's where it's going.
That's where that ground
That's
is.
what I
That's
want
where
to
you're-
know, and
yes.
that's what I didn't see.
That's where the ground is.
And that wasn't defined in the text. So I thought that's where it was going,
Yes.
but we'll need that defined. So if we're preserving the character, and we know where
We
the
are.
houses are going,
And that,
and we've said these same three things like over and over again, so I don't feel like we're surprising you.
no,
I hope we're
and,
not.
and
No,
that,
I-
frankly,
And I'll say that from the land planner standpoint, we were in the mode where we thought we were just changing the boundaries, and then now we do understand. So I get it. I
and
get it.
and that is why we provided the survey boundaries.
Yeah, oh, I loved that, because I was
So
gonna
you
ask.
can see that
Yeah.
the ground is still the same acreage. It's just the shape has changed. So it's,
Well, the uses have changed on the parcels,
yes.
and the home locations have changed, and so that's a huge difference. Now, whether or not that constitutes a major or minor is for the board to decide. But I really did appreciate the legal descriptions, because it helped me understand the nature of the blobs.
Yes.
And I also, you and I probably don't agree on this, but the taking away of the S curve, I agree with you. It really makes the whole section more walkable and
It's-
safer,
It's,
in my view.
and so that, your comment about that, it's a huge difference. I would say this change, because of the street alignment changing, improves the previous plan, and does not hurt the character. If anything, it helps the character of what we started with 11 years ago.
I think on top of that, I think it's something that we can point to today, like Dan said earlier. What we're proposing is a very similar setup to the way it's set up down in Orange Township. Most of it east of Pyatt, a little bit west of Pyatt. You can see that along Lewis Center. Whereas down in Orange Township, they have the south side as the frontage. We're gonna have the north side as the frontage on Hollaback. So it's a very similar setup.
I'm very sorry to interrupt, but if I'm supposed to get down here, where those houses, those residential areas went to, I'm not getting it.
So, the areas,
What I would recommend is that you mark the exhibit, make it an exhibit, and then have it for there, because if you verbalize.
I think it's an exhibit already.
I'm never gonna be able to get this accurate.
no, we got you, we got you.
But you're
So
gonna
what
have,
can we-
you have 3 circles. You need to mark.
I know you don't identify where those houses are moving to, so we can circle that area, but
I think the logical thing is that it's not one exhibit, that shows you, but it's this series of 3 exhibits together.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, except
But
for.
it's-
Because
When
one
they-
is the walkability, one
But
is the housing change.
It's,
But here's the problem, is that you see this is for illustrative and
Okay.
is not to be considered as control.
well, let's consider
Well, we're
controlling
gonna-
it.
yeah, we're gonna mark.
So that's what we need.
So, we want to mark this exhibit with the, so for here, I know, it's not.
That's okay, but
I'm sorry, too.
Well, mark it and then enter.
I have these assigned as attachments that we can reference.
Okay.
Hold on here, I think that's what we did.
Well, and so, Dan, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I actually do agree with your statement that I think that this is an improvement, but it also may still constitute a major.
It's,
So,
But I'm
Right.
still thinking about that, but I agree with you, and I think that you're right. I think this is a real positive thing.
I do too, and again, I'm not going to argue major minor, other than when I look at the major minor, the only thing that we keep discussing is changing character, making it a major. And I would say that the character's gotten better.
On page 4.
The character sticks exactly with what we said 11 years ago.
okay, you both can't talk.
I know, sorry.
Sorry.
Now, go ahead.
It says we're taking these areas.
Mark it.
Yeah.
These doesn't work. A, B, C, whatever, just.
Yeah,
mark it.
he was in the middle of something, sorry.
But it's useless in the minutes if he doesn't mark what he's saying.
But he wants to describe what he is gonna mark before he does it.
And
so
I'm
that
gonna
I
try
agree.
marking it while he's describing it.
And I'm not sure I agree with it.
I'm proposing that we,
Yeah, describe it to everyone.
I'm proposing that we make attachment 1.7 a regulating exhibit for you tonight, which shows the current boundary, the proposed boundary, and then we include this clip on page 4 of 6
The clip on, yeah. this-
that shows the areas that, in our opinion, should be planned commercial district. And we can somehow mark out
Yeah. We need to,
those areas.
yeah, demarc, and
That
that's,
says these are going here, here, and here.
and maybe we circle right there to say that's where the, homes would be relocated. And then you could define the boundary of
This is where the additional planned residential area is.
Yeah. Now, what if the proposed, so he's saying that all the homes taken from the current area would be put into this area, so he's identifying the location of it. What if
What if
all
they
of
don't
them
fit?
don't, yeah. What if all of
Then
them? don't fit?
we lose this.
We've done that exercise, and I can tell you that they do.
Well,
Okay.
you
so-
can always wish you do.
But-
And they don't fit but they have to be, all of those have to fit or include loss.
But can I tell you the danger of what I think they're doing?
Yeah, please.
Oh, and that's you. I'm actually going to surprise you a little bit and agree that I think the commercial is a little bit better with this plan. The problem that you're not gonna like is I think it's gonna be a hideous on the other, and I'm not gonna approve the other. So if you want the one and are willing to risk that you're not gonna get the second,
Why
What's
do
the
you-
second, sir?
because I'm not seeing the alleyways, and I'm not going to vote for a change without the alleyways, because that's a huge change of character.
When you say the
Because-
second, you don't mean this area, or do you mean
Yes.
this area?
Yes.
He's saying
Where they're wanting to move it to.
the commercial primarily that you're moving to, that area is better. But the area where you're moving those homes to and right here, he thinks is gonna be worse.
And not acceptable at all. Because
All I say
don't
is we're
see-
moving residentially zoned ground.
And I'm okay with that if you don't change the character, but if you don't have the alleyways and things that were approved before, I'm not gonna vote for it. And so
I
that's
would
a
say-
danger that you need to consider.
I would say that we're not proposing to change anything in the text or the standards for this application. That's not what we're proposing. So in my opinion,
Define this application. Are you talking about
The
remove
original
the boundary,
design.
or are you talking about the residential PRD as well?
they're both, because I think you can't move one without the other. You would have a conflict on your zoning map at that point.
Well, so that's what I'm telling you, that, and I tend to agree with, trustee Rail well, you were alluding to this, you didn't quite come out and say it. I think this is a major, change, but I like the PCD change, but I'm not gonna like the PRD change. Because now, this is another thing that I asked Ms. Tingelman, to relay to you, was that I wanted them both to come in at the same time, not one preceding the other, so that you can see the walkability among the neighborhoods. And based on, and you haven't had a full hearing, obviously, to present the PRD as to why you think it should be accepted. But I'm not thinking that I will accept that change. But the PCD is actually not that bad.
Just a quick question, and you guys may not want to even entertain it, but what if they did change the PCD to its new proposed and kept everything the same, so then they do lose the density, but they keep that commercial area intact? I mean, there would be nothing for them to change in the PRD other than the loss of the houses.
Yeah, you mean keeping the alleys the way they were?
Well, they're not conceptualizing any change to the residential standards as they exist.
But that was the only place that had the commitment, and that's what was sold to us in the meeting, was what was done at Evans Farm, Township, with
The other side doesn't? The other side didn't have alleys? The PRD on the east side?
well, what's approved has it, but what they're wanting to change it to does not.
Here's my point. Here's the point that I would make as a planner. I can't draw something on a piece of ground that I know is not zoned for that use. That's why we're trying to take this piecemeal, to be able to say, that's something we can certainly do, is once we change these boundaries, we now know what our box is to work in. And we're gonna go back and we're gonna work it out. So the next development plan that comes in is going to respond to those new boundaries. And that's where you debate the character issues that you're talking about tonight.
I would totally disagree with that. You have your boundaries.
It's a
So
little
you should
chicken
fit it
and
in
egg.
there.
It's a little chicken and egg, I feel like. Because I see what your point is as a planner, but our point is you have a plan already. So if you want to change it, we have to visualize and understand the character and the feel and,
Of the
all
entire-
So the point I'm saying, we could still do a planned commercial district here, but you're not gonna like what it looks like if we don't change these boundaries, folks.
So
Let's show the whole thing.
We
And
have.
so- No,
I'll
I
show it to you
mean,
here.
no, I mean the entire thing, because what you first came in here on that map, thank you. So are you committing to that on the left of the railroad, which we're really not talking about tonight? No? So then why did you bring it up?
Well, because when the one time when you said, I want to see a plan
Yeah, I wanna
that says
see it.
connectivity.
Well, and I want to see where the
but
houses go.
they have here,
So we,
but they're not committing to it.
No,
So
no,
why fairy tale tell us what we want to hear if it's not really what they're committing to?
well,
It's pointless.
And I agree
But
with
we're
you, they
not
have
here
committed
to-
to the.
That, I like that. I accept that.
And so this is.
I
what
accept
we're-
the commitment. I don't
Yeah.
accept the fairy tale, what I want to hear, but we're not committing to it.
Right.
so
That's fair.
are we, okay, I'm.
We're making progress, actually. I don't know if you guys.
And
know
we're
that.
gonna stay here till we get this right.
I just want to be clear that we can't change one boundary without the other changing.
Change it how you want it and then bring it to us to
Yes,
approve.
and he's not saying, don't change the boundary. He's saying, if I understand, the way that you have conceptualized the second change is not something that he likes or would approve.
Yeah,
as a
which
citizen.
you will have that right
Yeah,
when you
exactly.
bring this area in.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
get it. And we are,
So,
By the
so
way,
if we could help you in this open public meeting,
And we-
say what maybe would work better, that might be better for you.
we,
But it doesn't matter to, bring it back on.
for right now, and yes, you will get to look at this, and we've heard, once we realize that these boundaries have to change, we've looked at this, and we are working on it. But we can't bring it to you unless we know that these boundaries are on your new zoning map and they've changed.
Why not?
Then we're gonna bring a plan.
Why not? Why can't you?
Because it's illegal to put a proposed use on a piece of ground that is not zoned.
That's
for
what
that.
you're doing
You
right
already did
now.
it.
No,
You can propose a use. It's illegal to do it. Yes.
So
But you can
we're trying to eliminate this discussion when we want to talk about details.
But you've already done that.
well, we're getting closer.
Yeah, let's
Let's
keep
keep
going.
going.
We'll keep fast.
Here we are. We're here to change the boundaries of the PCD because of the road line.
Correct. And just like he said,
And we're
you
all,
can't change one without the other. You just said that, right? It has to be, the two are connected in their,
so we know that residential is gonna be in this area, right? And we know that boundary's set and residential, we have to come,
Which boundary?
the boundary for the residential area,
Right, it
right?
hasn't been changed.
it hasn't been changed,
Well,
but you have specified,
We've
and they
changed,
have articulated it. in
Yes.
Yes, but
and
that's different
then
than what
we
you said.
will
Yes.
be required, and especially with your comments about when we bring this area in, we know that you're interested in seeing Alex, and you're interested in seeing a different character because you don't like the character.
No, I want it to be what you proposed originally.
Well,
What was approved.
The
originally.
residential standards of what was initially proposed, like it had, there's pictures, so we went back and.
we're not, yeah,
And the houses had the nice front porches and then alleys in the back and going through. And so what happened, like, for example, with Rockford is they lessened the density of their area because the market was demanding single family homes, larger lots,
Right.
those kinds of things. But then it fundamentally changed what had been initially proposed. They took away 29 houses. You guys had to come in and show us where those 29 houses were moving to on the broader plan.
Yeah.
So what he's saying is, if I'm hearing you right, he wants the original approved preliminary of the character of walkability, the front porches, the alleys.
And no
And you guys-
garages to the street.
And you guys can't
Well-
necessarily commit to that because you probably don't have an investor or somebody that's.
well, that's
buying that area.
not, well, so the character, see, we keep going back to this character of new urbanism in Evans Farm. I don't believe the
That's what you
character.
guys.
I don't believe the character's changing in anything. I will agree that this Norris Acres, we'll call it, because we are changing the name.
Okay.
We are looking at, because we and the family wants to up it. And you brought up some good points. That's not,
Of
that's
what? Define
up the architecture,
Scale,
up the
quality.
landscaping,
Okay.
up the greens.
I don't know what up means.
Well, it means to improve it.
Okay.
More
that's original.
more in line with what we originally said, which is, the new urbanism principles. New urbanism principles, by the way, and we'll never argue.
Just go into the definition of up.
Well, we're looking at now making some architectural changes on that area with the
They have
builder.
garage facing-
With the builder, no, the garage is still facing, but and I know this is,
No, define no. No what?
no, we remember when we talked about it before, what we're looking at
Just answer
now
the
is
question.
better
Do the
architecture.
garages to-
Yes.
to- Okay, that's the
still
change in
face.
character. Not still, it never did in that area.
It was always garages in the back with the alleyway.
That's why
Kinda
they
like
were such
Clinton
narrow-
Mills.
So this is
And that's what made it walkable. You saw that there weren't garages.
Well, the alleys
and
don't
that
make it
people
walkable.
will come and talk to their neighbor because they can see
Yeah.
the the front porch from one front porch that walk, the kids won't have to worry about cars walking in front.
Right.
They can go through there. So I want in that area.
It's
like
extremely walkable.
No garages,
It's extremely walkable.
no garages, I'll agree. Garages, I'm not gonna agree to that
That's,
narrow of a lot, because then you've got cars in and out, you've got cars parking there, the people aren't conversing, it's a change of character.
Have you guys brought in that change? Because the preliminary.
no, we have, remember we
Yeah, right,
first
right,
have
right.
to do these boundaries before we can even come back and show you anything new. And I get it, that we have to agree that the PCD is going to, so we can start working on the town center, and then we can start working on this area and come in after the comments with a plan that you guys will approve.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
I agree. I'm sorry, what was your name again?
I'm Greg.
Greg.
Greg Chillog, Chillog.
I know. Okay,
I-
gotcha.
I just want to point out, and I think it's interesting, the expert who wrote the article for Congress for the New Urbanism, when he talks about the 10 points of walkable neighborhoods, not once in that article does he tell you where the garage goes. What he talks about are front porches, which we have, talks about short block lengths, which we're going to have, sidewalks on both sides of the street. And I want to challenge some ideas about what is walkable and what isn't. I can point you to Dublin. I can point you to New Albany. In neighborhoods that have garages facing the street, there is no way you would not consider them walkable. That's just my
Well,
personal
so-
belief.
so-
I've worked on so
I'd
many
rather
of these
have-
Can I
subdivisions.
call out a couple things? on this
Sure, rather
article?
have
I
trails
thought it was
than-
a really good, and I actually agree with you. I grew up in Clintonville. had lots of
Rather have
alleys.
trails than.
But I'm not sure I completely agree with what you conceptualized there, because it doesn't mention garages. But a few points in this article I think are worth noting, because it does say things like on-street parking.
Yeah.
So the whole idea of like the on-street parking concept is that you're not pulling into a garage, because you're going in, and if you want to park in back, you can. But on the street, that's where you're getting out your cars. Hey neighbor. The front porch is the predominant feature, as opposed to the garage being the predominant feature. So even though it doesn't specifically say that, at two of these points, I do think they're speaking to what Trustee O'Brien mentions, which is if you have the garages in the front, that's not catering to small block closeness of houses. Hey, some people want to be 5 feet away from their neighbors. I don't. But if you want to be right there, and then you want to park and you want to walk out to your cars together and have a conversation on the street, that's new
And I
urbanism.
think
Is
that's
that true?
Absolutely, and I think that's where some of the commitments to the architectural standards come into play, which is porch forward of the garage. So it's still a predominant feature of that streetscape. It's different, but
Yeah.
that's the commitments. That's where those pieces come in to help offset.
I'm not saying
No,
that I wouldn't vote for garages facing forward, but you have to hear what he's saying.
I do. I hear it very loud and clear. And one of the other things is, and I want to point out is, we're not changing the character. We are trying, and this is one of those things that we submitted 11, 12 years ago. We're developing an interconnected street and walking network, create a diverse and mixed-use community. Right now, because of every other thing in the world, right now, we don't have this type of product that we're looking at in here. And all we have is $1 million homes that are going up that nobody can afford. And we want to build a mixed-use community that we promised to build. And if the alleys, if that's the, I think what we're doing is we're defining our own sort of concept of what this new urbanism Evans Farm, and we're saying, oh, just because you change it, where a porch is or where a garage is, you're ruining the character of it. And I would say we're adding to the character of another product.
I don't know
that's all
that
that
it's
it's
ruining the
affordable.
character, but it's with the size of the lot that it doesn't fit. Because if what you want is a garage in the front, then you should have in my opinion, the size of a lot that everybody else in the township has. You're the only one in the township that has this kind of area because you sold the, garage in the front.
Well, we have garages in the front.
And you have larger lots.
In your larger lot area.
Yeah, and they're all $1 million homes. They're all $1 million homes and they're not against the tracks. So we're having a smaller lot so
And then
people
you get
can
rid of the
afford to
garage in
buy
the
it.
front.
And we've got the garages in the front. I mean, this is a.
I like this. But it's also what you guys said. We'll call it newish urbanism right now. But like, we're talking about like the traffic volumes on the street. If you're driving in to go into your garage, you're driving down the main street. It's less walkable than the narrower streets. I mean, this is what my understanding is of what I saw in the, because I wasn't here when it was zoned.
Yeah, I'm sort of.
So they have memories.
I'd like to get rid of pavement myself. Everything's so tight that, and I live on a house with the garage in the front or the porch in the front and the pavement in the back. And now we're figuring since the alleys are private, you own to the center of the alley. And,
Yeah.
It's,
That's an interesting one.
But that's what you sold.
And we found, again, this is a different type of product. It's the garage at the front. It's on a smaller lot. We don't have that anywhere else. It's closer to the town center. And again, I want every type of product we can put in this mixed use community and
So if we say, let's say it rolls out like this. Let's say they're both majors, right? But they bring through the PCD first. And they say in the PRD, no residential design standards as initially conceptualized in the preliminary plan that was approved shall be changed.
Yeah.
You would be okay with that?
I would want to be okay.
So if you really, did you understand what I was saying? So if when you come in for the PRD portion,
this is the.
you say nothing that was already approved will change from design standards, because that's what you had mentioned.
It's just the location.
It's just the location. If you were to say that, he could live with that. But then the burden of proof would be on you to say why whatever you bring in still meets new urbanism principles, still
Not
meets
new urbanism principles, but what they had already
Okay,
had
fair.
approved.
What they had approved in the preliminary plan, which was based on new urbanism principles, but it is the text that it exists as today. So if you're really not changing the character, that shouldn't be much of an issue, right?
I agree.
But
I mean, we are
if the
changing.
design, residential
We
design
aren't changing the
standards are
character at
changing,
all.
if the residential design standards are changing, then it may change. And then you wouldn't have probably 2 of the 3 votes in that case.
Right.
If not more.
So let me get this straight.
Yeah.
So
We have made progress.
we are agreeing that the PCD boundaries and the PRD boundary are good here in this area.
Well, how she's phrased it was that that we would be okay with it, but it would still be a major because.
It would still be a major because it's a change of use. Change of use is, yeah, but it would be.
Yeah, go ahead. I remember.
What
So,
I was gonna say is, you got the PCD, you got 43.3 acres of PCD.
yes,
Where are you putting it?
right there.
Okay, that's 43 acres. That's not the boundaries. That's 43 acres of PCD.
Correct.
Okay,
And they do define the boundaries.
And we define the boundaries as
They do define the
requested
boundaries.
before. That we would make sure, because we were asked to leave we wanted a legal description
Yeah,
of the
and they
new
did
boundary.
that. They did.
And it's 43.3. Yep. Yep.
Okay, and the other side of the Crossfire Road shrinks or expands based upon the way that.
Yeah, the whole PRD acreage is the same as original.
Yes. But there's 43 acres of PCD.
Yes, same as
And then.
was here.
Tell us what's gonna go on in the PCD or what you're gonna put there.
We're not,
He makes the PRD, right? PRD, you mean the PRD for residential or the PCD?
PCD is.
Okay.
PCD is what's there.
Okay, do you guys know what you're gonna put there?
What I'm looking at is the map, it's not this map, but the one line.
remember, we aren't changing,
That one-
let me,
That one
You're
there.
not changing any
design
uses-
standards or anything else. So what you're gonna see is what we've done down in Lewis Center, down in the Orange
Well,
Township Center.
whatever is defined in our current
Right,
design.
in the current,
Because I think Berlin was different than Orange even back then, a little bit for even the PCD, right? But whatever it is, we have a.
whatever it is, we're not changing this. Yeah, I have uses changing, or,
What you've got there is a road with curve in it. Okay, and what you've got over here is a straight road, basically.
Yep.
Okay.
right,
So we'd like to understand what you're talking about putting there, number one. And we don't want to change the designs that you set out a long time ago, said what you want to put there, because
right.
that was what defined the whole.
Whatever's in the PCD area that we defined before,
PCD and the residential one.
yeah,
We're not talking to changing the residential.
same standards in residential. We're not changing it. We just have a different of opinion of alleys versus non-alleys just in this section. We still have alleys over here where we had them before. That's where we are, but we have to bring that back to you guys.
And
And
the black line going across the bottom there is, no, up above.
oh,
Right there, that black line going across.
That's the
Right there,
township
whoa,
line.
whoa, whoa. Stop at the north-south.
Yeah.
One more road. There, that's road. The rest of it is trails. Not roads. Correct. It's a little misleading.
right, you're right. That's the trail.
That's trail.
Yeah.
That's trail, that's not road.
Well, it's not, yeah, it's not even a multi-use path, it's a trail. It's a
Yeah,
natural
Yeah,
trail.
It's
the
not
10,
something that you
the
can-
multi-use path.
Not Indian, not traffic, not anything.
Yeah, that's here and there
Is it gonna be,
And
is it
then
like a
here.
wooded area?
and here, there too.
Yeah, there's-
Well, it's wooded right here, it's wooded right here, and this is about 20 acres of wood, so it goes
Yeah.
along there, and then we're putting trails, and then it comes through here, all the way down.
And the three roads that you had at the beginning, I thought was a bad plan when you brought it to the three roads, but most of it was in Orange Township, so I didn't care. Okay, I didn't pay attention to it, but the three roads that you brought
Yeah.
were mainly in Orange Township. Now it's changed to where Pyatt Road is a two-way road.
Yep.
And Pyatt Road, I think you all are very much underestimating the traffic count that's gonna be there. I think there's gonna be a lot of north-south traffic there, and that's going to be much busier than Old State Road in the future. That's not.
Interesting.
Which
It
is,
doesn't show that now, it doesn't, because right now Pyatt Road is a road to nowhere.
yeah, which is one of my, and look, we're looking at this down here. We have a situation where we have, and that's why I like this plan better, and I know the alleys, but this is a major, how wide is this corridor now, once with Pyatt Road and then the green space that we show?
However wide it is, it's gonna be too small.
And what's this distance in here? I'm just,
Dan, I
there's
think I
Pyatt Road.
recall it was like 50 feet, a setback along Pyatt on either side of that right of way. I can't recall what the right of way is.
Which is why we wanted to have that 10-foot trail and make sure there was
Yeah.
plenty of room.
Yeah. On the orange side, that's fine.
Look, we do know that, I mean, this corridor has become, and we fought for it down in here to keep it at 35 miles an hour, but once that connection's down here and comes over the
Yeah.
track, this is a major thoroughfare.
Mhm.
And I don't know what the county or you guys or whoever dealing with Pyatt Road north of Peach Blow, but there's gonna be, I mean, people are gonna be flying
It's going all the way to 3637.
Yeah.
And, that's in the plans, but it's not laid out on the ground yet, but it's in the plan, planning stages, and that's what's to be put there, and the two-way traffic makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, which is, and again, it's no question, it's caused us to rethink how this sets up. And I agree with all you guys, because I looked at it originally, and I'm glad it came to this point. The PCD area now is much easier to work with, to a true walkable town center. It just is. It's, nobody can, and I agree, I mean, Ken even said he agrees with that. So what are
really
we
the point of
commit, what do you need us to commit to? What can we commit to? And
Okay.
how can we move forward to start getting this back to where it should be, which is Evans Farm and a incredible plan that we're working
The
on.
first thing we need to do is mark the exhibits and interest.
Yeah, so we had started talking about some of that. So the walkability commitment, which is that one,
There's an attachment.
which
we
there
can
is an
refer to.
attachment. I'm not a super big fan of this one, only this exhibit, only because it's not
It doesn't,
specifying.
I'm with you.
You know, like this one, this is a dirt trail, but these ones are asphalt, you know?
You want us to specify more exactly the way the path is gonna
As far as what your commitment
Right,
was.
no, I'm
These
with
are, and then this one is 10 feet on this side, right?
be. Yes,
But then on this side, it's all sidewalk.
Yep.
Because I don't want,
Well-
because right now I would see that and I would think 10 feet on both sides, you know?
Let's just say, for instance, for some reason, the county says it's gotta be on the east side. So isn't there a way for us to commit that somewhere in the corridor, it's a 10-foot asphalt?
Yeah, and that's,
or it's
but
a
see,
type
and
of path?
I agree with you, that's why.
Because we can make the commitment,
Well, but we've
But
gone
someone
down this
else might
road
tell
with
us
you
you can't
guys
do it.
before.
but they're not gonna change, the county can't change that path as it comes all the way, connects here, so everybody connects here on this side, and then it gets to this roundabout, and what, they make it, change it to that
Well,
side?
and I
I'm just-
appreciate your comment, because
just trying-
actually you're one of the few people that puts that out there right out of the gate. But the problem is that, and why we're kind of here, and why there's maybe you picked up on some of our back and forth, is that there have been multiple commitments that Evans Farms made, and they fully even intended to execute on it. Then they go to the county, and the county says no.
absolutely.
And you're alive to this. And so that's why I asked, can you make this commitment? Because, and that's his fairy tale story, right? But you can't really make that commitment if the county changes it and the county has the authority to change it. So we want the commitment and we want the ability for you guys to execute the commitment and to be held accountable to the commitment.
Do they have, and I'll ask him, do they have the right to change the location of the 10-foot bike trail? Just one question at a time.
Dan, just in my experience, in 25 years of zoning, if it can happen, it does. And that's why you're always trying to be as committed as you can, but leaving enough flexibility that you don't put both parties in a
And
bad
that's,
position.
and I appreciate your position, but that is a you problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
And that's
And
why,
our issue is that we've had things change, the residents believe this.
Well, let me ask you this question. Whether the 10-foot path was on the west or the east side, does it really matter? As long as there's a 10-foot
Yeah.
path that goes north-south.
because
That's the point I'm trying to make.
That's a fair point.
You can make a commitment
But
that
it
there's
does.
a 10-foot wide path that goes through the property north-south.
And if we,
Outside of the,
and if
How we
we're
get it
going to
through
put
there
it on,
allows us
we're
to be
gonna put
flexible.
it on,
when it does,
only subject to the county. We can make the commitment only subject to the county changing something, and I don't know why they would on the path.
but the answer is yes, and the reason it makes a difference is because all of a sudden you hit all these intersections. To the left, you have fewer intersections than if you have it to the right.
and fewer houses that's backing.
And you've got areas in here
So it makes a difference.
that we don't own.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
And
Yeah.
I think the school, again, I think this is already planned, we own it, this is already planned. We
Well,
can commit to the west.
And reason the one to the west makes a difference is because those are the kids that are gonna go to Peach Blow. The kids on the right go to Arrowhead.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I agree. And I think,
So they're gonna walk to school, whereas the other.
so the answer is subject to something out of our control, we're committing to the west.
Well,
Because
but
that's
That's what
what
I'm trying to throw out there.
But then that's where our point of tension comes in, because you guys committed to a pedestrian bridge subject to the
Right.
county and they botched it.
Well,
Now
they
we have
didn't make
to-
it subject to, they just said they would make application, and I haven't seen that application.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
We want to get something resolved, right? Because we're
Yeah.
moving forward. This
Yeah, oh,
is
yeah.
a good conversation.
Yeah,
And
and there's a lot
11 years
to
in
like
making.
about this.
no,
There's a
it's
lot to
11
like
years
about
in the
this.
making. And I don't want to keep looking at each other and saying, well, you changed this and now it's a major, right? I want to walk through all these
I
with
would
you
love
guys
that, yeah.
and get it to a point where we can start building and so we can start
Yeah.
making this what we've
We're on the
said
same
11
page.
years ago. So I can tell you now, the county is not going to change the location of that bike trail.
Okay, so let's get back to the original.
And we
point.
can
You were-
commit to it.
You were marking it.
I would like to commit this as an exhibit.
Okay.
Yeah,
this is
but
what
my
we're
issue with this being committed as an exhibit is that it doesn't
Well, they
specify
need to
zone
mark it, and then.
and what it is.
Right, I agree.
Right, we're gonna define
Okay, so you guys are gonna,
10-foot trail on the west side.
okay.
And if you need a Sharpie, you can
You
do a
need a
Sharpie.
Yeah.
The
Give
Sharpie.
me a black
Red
shirt.
pen.
And then you can, okay.
This wouldn't be the first
long as
time
we
we
can- oh,
all
yeah.
didn't do this.
You probably brought.
Why do I know we would need a red pen?
Why do you like red? No.
Alright, so, but why don't we do this? Why don't you guys work on marking exactly, like, cause then you
We
guys
need to
have,
label.
yeah, you guys just
10-foot bike trail.
on west side,
On west side.
very easy, like 10-foot bike trail on west side, sidewalks on east
Can we
side.
do this? Can we say that this arrow is A? And we can write down here, A is
Yeah.
10-foot bike path on the west side.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine if that's more legible. You can even write that on a piece of
Okay.
paper.
That's where I was.
He has a
maybe
good
gonna go.
idea, so you guys can, if you guys wanna go in,
Yeah.
like in there, and then
Yeah, there's a table back
we
there.
can like go back to our meeting, get some things done and give you
Yeah.
guys a little time.
Go ahead, let's.
And then wait, real quick, the other thing was the location of the housing where the houses within there,
Yeah.
that area are
Mark that
gonna
up.
move
Can
to,
I have
if
your
you
little
could,
copy?
yeah.
Yeah, you were gonna do the 3 circles.
And then if you could, like, do you markate the boundary and then say, like, something like as close as the survey will get to the identified lines, or something like that, because it won't be exact. Those were the 2 major ones. Was there anything else for the exhibits though? At this time?
Well, it's what they're committing to is,
And then I have the commitments to the same PCD standards, and I have the commitment to the walkability. Yeah. Alright,
well, the same PRD as well, right? Isn't that?
the same PRD as well, it's on there,
Is that my pen?
yes.
Oh,
I
all that.
don't know what happened. But I didn't want to lose my thought to keep them staying committed to the same PRD standards, so sorry about that.
Okay, so that takes us to our, so we're going to continue this,
West side.
So we'll recess that and move on. That takes us to the RFP for mowing, trimming, fertilizing.
Oh, yes,
We'll do that.
yes.
Okay, so I reviewed those. Did you review those?
Yeah,
Okay, so the only one that I would toss is the, no, there's only 3. But the one that's most expensive, I would toss, and that's this one, isn't it?
No, it's too small. That one's all.
Yes, that one, I would toss
yeah,
that
yep,
one.
you and I are exactly on the same page.
The other 2 I found to be very similar, even though they were a little bit different in price. One seems to have a little better, well, not better, they have references that you can be checked, and so that's beneficial, and they've actually done work for us. The other one,
This one is no more, this one.
I can't do I can't do minutes on this one and that one.
okay,
Fair. Flag has done work for us from the RFP, and
I'm not gonna do minutes on anything we've done this evening.
not just
It's
this part.
thoroughly impossible.
No, just this part, just the major minor. The other stuff you can do minutes on. The stuff in the
Start over, please.
I would just put down, there was a lot of discussion and nothing to say.
You say see exhibit.
Oh, yeah.
See exhibit.
That's all it was.
So I found
Flag.
to have done work for the township that was good. And so that counts for something.
That counts for a lot for me because I appreciate references that were provided, but nothing really settles me in terms of going with a new potential partner than having done work with them that we respect before.
Now, my cautionary thing is, I think their fertilizing is a tad bit expensive, but flag that is. But I don't really want them to fertilize 4 times. In the contract, we up to 4 times, but the thing is, when you fertilize 4 times, then you're mowing like crazy. I actually think 2 times is sufficient. And if it's 2, then I'm more inclined to go with flag, because then we're not spending that additional, because that's where they were.
I didn't think of that, but that's an excellent point, and that does resolve the expense. You're absolutely, that's a great solution.
The other thing that I looked at was if you're surprised.
What do you do for
I forgot to, I think mine are in there. But anyhow, just look at the price. Prices are 21.58 and 57.55, almost that one. Just a little bit more, I think I'm mowing a little bit less on purpose.
No, they're both slightly more. They go too far?
I agree. That's a better lineup.
So Shane.
Yeah, they're a little more.
Now you don't have people going on that.
But
But the fertilizing would be balanced by doing it less, which may be better.
Well,
That was what I hadn't thought of.
You never know.
We can allocate that.
Fertilizer and the cost goes up, and there's a lot of things that can change the fertilizer cost. The mowing cost is the other thing. These folks mow for us, they mow back here, they mow several times.
Flag mowed for us before several times. We're not specifying the company, so just.
So you're not getting minutes.
Okay, flag mowed for us.
You can do this part, you can just summarize the sentence. Flag did a good job.
Flag was a subcontractor for mowing, for Flag. And they mowed and did it very,
Is Flag local?
Flag is Plain City, this is Marion.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that's good.
so that's not significantly.
What's this?
This one's Marion.
No, Marion is Alco.
Yeah.
Alco, ALCO.
ALCO is Marion.
And flag is Plain City.
Yeah, that,
And flag stands for Faber Landscaping.
And Flag was very good, and these folks come highly recommended to me. Alco comes highly recommended to me too. These folks, so I think the recommendations are about equal, and that was where I got to. I didn't choose one or the other based on that.
so you don't have a recommendation?
Pardon?
You don't have a recommendation?
Well, my recommendation was this one, just based on price. And that was because I didn't have and I've talked with,
Say this tonight. Why don't we say 10 foot?
the building department people, and, they have experience with both of these. This one we have experience with.
Flag.
From Flag, several years ago when they were mowing here. This one, we,
Alco.
have some, not experience with the township, but at the campground. It's, Cross Creek Campground, where they mow. So both of those are, that part's on the experience side and on the recommendation side, everybody. I don't,
Well, see, that's the problem. I came down to those two and I didn't really have it clear.
and the only thing that drove me to this one was the price.
Alco.
Just Alco, what's the price on this one? This one, the price is a little bit higher, but I don't think it's that much higher when you look at if we only do it twice.
Yeah,
And maybe I don't understand the difference in the cost of the fertilizer between the two. And there could be difference in the actual fertilization. We left it kind of up to them to make the decision.
Yeah,
So we put
so
it
it might not be apples to apples.
Yeah, we didn't define, $500 this or whatever.
Okay, so, but we have to make a decision.
Yes, we do.
But I'm okay with either. But I think we need to make a decision tonight.
I think we should. It's fine.
So I'll take a motion. Unless you want to talk about more, but I do want to make a decision tonight.
I think I was leaning towards Alco initially because of the price, but I did like the recommendations in Flag. And it wasn't so different to me in price that it was like clear, you know? But the fertilizer question, I was like, well, the same thing, you know, let's go with Alco. So now I'm a little bit torn myself. I mean, I'll go, since you did the work and investment, I'll defer to what you want to do and support that for who you want to go with. And we can just go from
The
there.
only thing here was the price. That was the only thing that drove this one.
And no,
Alco.
they know the roads guys are familiar with both companies and both owners and like both and had experience with both.
There was no, couldn't get a definitive, we want.
Flag or Alco. Because I kind of thought that the roads guys had more experience with Flag, but it sounds like it was several years ago.
It was several years ago, and at least people that did mowing here.
Okay. Well, I'm always for saving a little bit of cost, all things being equal. So why don't we proceed forward with Alco? Are you okay with that?
I'm totally, either of those two. I'm okay.
And what we said in the bid was the lowest price is what we would make the decision on unless we decided on the original.
So do you want to make a motion?
Which, given that actually brings it home, because even if only doing fertilizer twice brings the fertilizer down, the mowing was still slightly higher for Flag and Alco.
Do you have a motion?
Well, I think
And then it's just-
absolutely, yeah, but I would agree with that. Subject to the year, subject to something. Yeah.
Okay. That was an easy, quick decision. That's an easier decision than I thought. I thought we were going to be discussing that for a lot longer. I'm glad we all agreed on the one being cut out, the most expensive option. That seemed like a no-brainer.
And then, hold on, and then we got, oh, yeah, we'll need to. That we're gonna sign and make our offer. One, two.
It's 1.7. And I was kind of on the draw.
Just thought there was moving in here, well, we make the decision.
Well, you have
I think there is.
on that. Right.
Yeah, we didn't show where we're moving. So here's what I want to. I want it to be like this.
Okay,
So I'm just gonna just draft. I want to be able to go like this.
Do you want to read that out loud?
Says the board shall award the contract to the bidder, each to have submitted the lowest and best bid as determined solely by the board and or certified. Board reviews the reject any and all bids and any portion or any and all bids. Shall waive any formalities or irregularities that do not affect the substance or specification or contents of the RFP or the board contract. And a manner deemed to be best.
I think all you're gonna hear, take your black marker.
Yeah.
So we set out right, and then that, they're saying with that, so we're being consistent in our process.
So.
So you want to make a motion?
Do it now, I said ABC, so ATD areas produce ABC residential.
Because it probably didn't
Two.
Page 330,
That was,
Okay, so.
that was in the board, but I think the township was got the own market.
Yep.
Laws.
very good.
Moving to area B, that area. And we'll leave.
Okay, I make a motion that we accept the Alco lawn service bid for the
Or D is going to A, B, C.
grass, which is grass mowing contract for 2025 for the cemeteries and the township properties.
And the fertilizers.
And, pardon?
And the fertilizer.
And the fertilizing associated with some of those.
Second. Moved by trustee Ford, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. That takes us to fiber connection and IT.
No, you guys understand why I wanted you to read anything?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, gotcha. So that takes us to fiber connection and IT services. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I can contextualize things. Are you okay? Do you need us to do anything, trustee O'Brien?
Do we need to do anything to execute that?
For Alco? Do we need to sign anything?
Well, at some point, we're gonna have to sign it. Actually, I've signed it.
This is the, what's our, this is number one on the list. Walkability, building commitment.
Walkability committee. Showing up.
Place in here somewhere. Not finding it.
Well, if it only takes one signature,
How about we authorize the minutes then?
yes, and then if it has a place for all of us, we'll all sign it, just put it out there for a second.
And I want my prosecutor too.
Okay,
Okay.
so I move that we authorize trustee board to, prepare and execute any documents associated with the grass mowing and, fertilizing, contract with Alcoa Lawn Service.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Rail,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Fuller,
Yes. Will do.
Okay.
Okay, so, I'm a little bit concerned with this transition. I've tried numerous times to connect Steve Lewis to the two IT guys. I connected them via email months ago, and then nothing happened, and then we coordinated, and we had a little bit of miscommunication that I owned from between IT Mayville and the county. I've sorted that out. IT Mayville has done a great job. They're fine with the transition, and I'm getting resistance and pushback, and they're saying that they can't meet the April timeline. They're saying that they can't meet at designated times. And then they're saying, well, Eric didn't confirm with us, but I was waiting on them to confirm that they were available. And this has happened now numerous times. And my issue is that if they're a service provider to our township, and just this whole process has now taken a few months for them to even get out here, it has me very concerned about the level of service that we're gonna get once we are fully dependent on them. And I said, and what I said in the email was, please get together with Eric with IT Mayville. He's perfectly fine. He's great. He'll help with the transition. And Jesse. And again, it got pushed back. Well, I want somebody with authority there. Jesse knows as much as me about the layout of what's going on here. Tried to push again. Same thing, push back. I appreciate and I understand that they want somebody with authority, but that really doesn't matter because in this part of the process, what we need is knowledge, not authority, which the two are distinct. And so I'm putting it out there because we're rushing, and I'm not sure what the delay is, but I'm having concerns about this transition. And I want to be able to work through those a little bit more and have the assurance that they will be doing a timely, good job for us. So I think maybe we need to slow it down.
Well, we can slow it down, but I actually like to take a stab at it if I can and try to.
Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. I might not be the right person to be engaging because part of the issue is that I can't get together before 4 p.m., which that is my issue. But then when I'm trying to connect and I'm failing, and then I'm like, but these guys are the guys that are going to be servicing our township, and they can't, are having communication.
I think it will help when Aubrey's here, Administrator Hale. I think that will facilitate. But I'd like to take a stab at it because I'd like to get it done.
That's fine.
I mean, I'll take it as slow as possible, not as possible, as needed, but I'd like to speed it up as much as I can.
That's fine. And I'm perfectly happy with that. I was bringing it forward because maybe I'm not the right person to take the project forward, given the challenges and my scheduling. But I also do want to have us put a pin in the service response time. Because I want to make certain that, that this could be an aberration, it could be a one-off. But if communication and services are slow, then that's going to be a challenge for us when we have issues that come up and we're dependent on the county.
So, to be clear, is there another person that needs to be there, either the phone people or the camera?
The camera guy, Steve had communicated to me that he doesn't need to have the camera guy there.
Okay.
That he can just have a phone conversation with the camera guy.
Not at the same time?
Not at the same time, at a different time.
What about the phone guy?
The phone guy, the county does not do phone services.
So it doesn't go through the IT?
So it's not gonna go through the IT. They do have a recommended third party provider that they have worked with in the past, that they have a good relationship with. And so that was always gonna be a little bit of a separate item. So I haven't connected them, but I've connected ClearPoint, which is the camera guy, Todd, with Steve twice, and Todd has reached out to Steve multiple times, and Steve hasn't responded.
But they don't.
To my knowledge. They don't have anything. To my knowledge, Steve hasn't responded, and then Todd most recently sent a note last week saying, I'm going out of town, but let me know if you want to speak to me.
Todd is the.
ClearPoint camera. Eric is IT Mayville.
Okay. Yeah, and Eric's last name I kind of know, but it's kind of hard for me to pronounce.
Yeah, I don't know the spelling, so, but if you just send it to Eric at IT Mayville, then he's in the loop. And I don't disagree that we can move it forward. I think that we should meet this week if possible. Eric has proposed a few times. And so if you want to move it forward,
Yeah, if you can send me those times so that I can, because I can make myself available pretty much anytime.
yeah, okay.
I'm not available all times, but
Why don't I
can
move
any
in
time.
Steve, Eric, and you and say, because I told Steve that we'd be discussing it tonight, and I'll say, Trustee O'Brien has more availability for daytime meetings, so he'll be taking it forward. Does that sound good?
Love it.
Okay.
I always like another job. Actually, you guys do more than me, so.
No, I think it's pretty equal. But the thing
You guys are
is,
gonna be working together anyhow.
oh yeah, that's true. He's gonna be your guy too in another capacity. So, the other thing is getting everything ordered and getting it up and running. If we're gonna do it, I told IT Made Real that we would be transitioning around April. And so it sounded like that was completely unfeasible. I don't see why it isn't, because
I'll talk to him. Find out.
we're very small. We're not a large organization.
I'll find out,
Okay, that sounds great.
because otherwise I'm just speculating, so I just
Yeah.
need to find out.
But maybe, I wondered if they didn't know how small we are as far as an IT need, you know what I mean? So, okay, that's all. So I know what to do going forward. I'll loop you in back in with Steve, and you guys can move forward with the implementation of that.
Okay, thank you. So that takes us to Chamber of Commerce meeting attendance expenses. As you may recall, in the past, we have had this in the organizational meeting, but we haven't been going, and so we haven't needed it. But when we have an administrator, I want her to attend Chamber of Commerce events. Now, and there is a registration fee, which is for the meeting, but it's also for a meal. And as you know, we have to pre-approve anything that pays for a meal. It's okay, because, but it has to be pre-approved. It can't be after the fact. The second thing is that we have in the past said that we would pay for the elected officials to attend up to 3 times a year. And I still believe that there's like 3 times that are meaningful for us. After that, it's just a free meal, and I think that's not okay. So I still want to go back to the elected officials can have it paid for 3 times, and anything more than that, we can just put ourselves. But I don't think that's the same for the township administrator, because there's networking that goes on in a situation, and we network too, but she's being, it's different.
Yeah, I agree. It's a network, yeah.
So I move that we approve $500 for meeting registration and which includes meals to Chamber of Commerce meetings up to which includes a payment for up to 3 times for elected officials and as many times as is scheduled for the township administrator.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion? Please call the roll.
You need to make any special conditions that we want to have, say, we go to one of those. So the liaison can just do it as part of it. Do we want to do anything like that?
I don't. If I wanted to, I just do it as a one-off and bring it forward. But I don't really foresee it, Levi or others necessarily benefiting the way that Administrator Hale or the board would.
I'm just,
No, it's a good question. It's a good question.
I concur with that, because there might be a time that
Yeah.
is specific to the
Zoning or roads,
yeah, or even cemeteries, although I don't think so.
well, I mean,
But
that stuff work, could be something that's shared in the township that's related that would make sense to be at, that sort of thing. But anyway, we can do that.
okay, further discussion? Please call roll.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Bullard.
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
At this time, I'll take handle
Newsletter items, well, very well.
I think we'll go back to the, oh, we
Is this
can't
still
go.
right?
Oh,
What's the new one?
okay, so then let's go to news.
Newsletter items, I haven't done anything on newsletter items because I've been trying to get better. But the three items I was gonna write on was, first one was, the trash contract.
I already have that. I already sent it to email.
So I won't write one of those.
Correct, and I sent it to you, gentlemen. I'd like to have be authorized to post to the website as well in advance of the newsletter. So I can put it on the website if you guys are good with it. So you two can review it, send any edits, okay? You're okay with it?
Yeah, that's fine.
You review it, send any edits to me, and then pending your edits, I'll go ahead and post to the
And
website.
then I was gonna do something similar on aggregation.
Aggregation will be a good one to do.
Yes.
Did you do that one?
No, I didn't do aggregation.
I'll do aggregation.
And I reviewed your articles, they're good.
Okay, so did you look at the link and not what he wrote exactly?
Correct,
Okay,
yeah.
because I made some changes.
Okay, yeah.
I was really concerned about the graphics, whether or not that would go.
I think, I was a little concerned with it, but I think it will be okay.
So, because the one is picture, well, they're really both pictures, and I don't know if the quality of the newsletter can actually do a picture, and
I'll ask, I'll have Jenna look into, right to base publishing and see if they,
and maybe she can go ahead and send them to them and see.
if they come out.
And if they don't, then we'll go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, well, I thought the second one, there were two, and one I thought was less usable than the other one. The one with the clear pictures and the big egg, that one seemed usable.
And how about trash and recycling?
I have that, that's the one I was saying.
Okay. There was another one I was gonna.
I'll say what I have. I have the waste and recycling contract renewal, which you'll send me edits. Send them to me tomorrow if you can, and then I'll post on the website if you have any.
Okay.
I have welcomes. I have welcoming township administrator and welcoming new firefighters and new Parks and Trails Advisory Committee members. I have a very brief little note saying about the cell tower litigation, saying that Berlin Township won the appeal, just like 2 sentences. For more information, visit the website, and I take the news that was approved by Brian Hart before. I have Kathy Ripple's retirement. I have zoning permit numbers, like, I think that residents like to put like pool permits and new home permits in there. And then I have the Parks and Trails grant, Safe Route to Schools grant, approval. And that's all I have. I don't know if you had anything.
Do you have a road or something?
Okay, just want to make sure.
Okay. Just I had asked Jesse to write off the road.
But we do need to get it out by probably March 1st if you wanted to, because the printing will take 2.5 weeks to get out.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So it should be done this week. So it needs to be done this
It
week.
needs to be done this week.
Well,
That's why you had that deadline.
Okay, so, but I wanted to talk a little bit, it has to be done by March 1st, but it won't come out until,
It should be the 3rd week of March.
3rd week of March. Okay, so, if you think of what your other articles, break in, but I was going to write in my, letter from the chair that my resignation effective time. But I don't really want to do that if you guys don't have a process, because I've already had people say, how are you going to replace me? And if you don't have an answer, and I don't know if you want that to be a news article, because that could be a news article, because you're going to get bombarded when that newsletter goes out, if I put that in there. And if I put that in there, then I'll actually have the official resignation letter at the next meeting. It won't be effective until September 1st,
Well, it's a pretty standard protocol for, the process is by statute. So the process we can describe.
Well, the process is you to decide.
Yeah.
Unless you can't decide. But some people want to know, well, where do I apply? Well, I said, they may take applications, but they don't have to. You can just pick. Vote. And I don't know if you want applications or if you want anything like that, because I could put that in my letter to the chair, make an application or forget it. I mean, I don't want people to waste their time if you guys know the process that you want doesn't include an application. Because I really hate wasting people's time.
Yeah.
So the first question is, do you want me
We
to?
should get applications because anybody who applies for the job, an application is not a big deal. In comparison to the job.
That's true.
It's part of.
Sorry, one second.
I brought my hat.
Application make perfect sense.
An application and a resume?
Yeah, and it would probably be a very short period because we only have 30 days. So it would probably
30
be
days from when.
when he resigned, when his last day, yeah.
Not effective date.
And if you would mind putting a time,
It'll be
maybe
midnight.
midnight, okay, 11:59.
We got the money, so I don't put it.
And we have another September, so we probably shouldn't have the application period open more than 7 days. And I'd probably say, if we have notice going out this far in advance, I would probably say till that, what day is that? What day?
Monday is the first day of my office, September 1st.
So it'd be Sunday to Sunday?
Should we start on Labor Day?
I did,
Oh, that's fine.
it's by statute, it's the first Monday in September.
So do you want to do Sunday to Sunday, 1 week of applications, 1 week application period, and then we start reviewing on Monday? Or Saturday, 6-day period, and then I can start reviewing on that Sunday. You want to do that?
We should do the applications by the end of September, or, August.
Oh, you're wanting the application?
I don't think that we can.
You can, well,
No, Michelle Bonny said that when they did it in Orange, that they were not allowed to post that they were accepting applications until it was vacated.
so I'll say informally because, until I'm actually out of the office, I'll explain that in the, and then they have until September 6th.
It's a Saturday the Saturday after.
Do you want it the Friday, or do you want them
No,
to have Saturday?
I want them to have Saturday because then they have.
And then
the
they can
weekend.
email it, or they can have to physically?
They can email it to trustees at Berlin TWP. Or should it just go to Jeff and he,
I think Jeff,
Yeah.
really, because,
clerk, and then Jeff,
because you don't really want me in on that.
yeah. Well, I don't. You want to be in on it. You're already on.
Oh, that's right, I'm gone. I'm trying to hang around after I'm gone.
I would love that. Okay, and then we'll start the interviews and we'll have a decision.
Well, I'll say that's what needs to be done, and then at the conclusion of that, the board will decide what they're doing.
Yeah.
And but they'll want to know what do I need to do.
Yeah.
Because if they're going to run, for the office, they've got to run before they're appointed.
Mhm.
Because, it's like the first week in August, that they have to turn in their petition if they're going to run for office.
Yeah, so, and I'm not, yeah, that'll be fine.
So I will email that to you but I won't actually turn in my letter of resignation for September 1st until the next meeting.
And you can note that your unexpired term ends December 31st.
Yeah, that would be good.
And at any rate, there would have to be two trustees on next year. Or in the fall for next year. Okay.
I don't know that I'll go into that much, but I'll say that the term ends and I'll kind of describe.
Yeah, maybe keep specific to your role. Because I don't want there to be any, because I'm hesitant about that timing anyway, with going with anybody who's actually running, like I mentioned before. Because I don't want us to look like we pre-pick somebody
But,
and let people vote. But there's a gap,
yeah,
and we need to
but
go.
well, you guys can do whatever you want, but I have experience in both. I've said absolutely no to somebody who, is running to pick them because exactly what you said. But then I also feel if they're the best candidate, if there's clearly one person that's the best, I would pick them.
Even if they were running. Yeah.
Because I excluded somebody and I found it to be bad that they got picked temporarily, but they really would have been a better person long term. And
Fair. That's fair.
but you, unless you two don't agree, I have no input into what. But if you both don't, then I've got my committee of 5 who will pick.
Okay, all right.
I don't know that I'll go into that in a minute.
No, there's no need to go into that. That's too detailed.
Yeah, and more than likely, because I have a committee of 5, you will agree. Okay, anything else on newsletter?
No, thank you.
Okay, so we need to get that to her by Friday. Did you have anything you wanted to add to the newsletter? No. Because sometimes there's things that people are doing that the community that you really want them to know.
Like what?
I'm doing accounting and minutes.
Well, sometimes with the cemetery deeds and things like that, I mean, there's just little things that sometimes but if not, I'm not trying to dig up.
I was just genuinely
Maybe
very
some of
curious.
them I will.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but sometimes there was things that I had to deal with cemetery.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah.
Think about. Okay, I'll turn the meeting back over to you in regards to, the
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that there were some exhibits and some commitments that we were working through.
And I want to make sure, so this is the exhibit that you stated on the BCD design standard residential, these 3 areas moved to D.
Mm-hmm.
And then this was statement on exhibit of walkability on attachment 1.9, and these specify the 10-foot or bigger training.
Exhibit walkability commitments for attachment 1.9. Hyatt Road from Shanahan to Peach Blow. There will be a 10-foot wide shared use path on the west side of Hyatt Road. Shanahan Road, North Road to Evans Farm Drive, there will be a 10-foot wide shared use path on the north side of Shanahan Road. Oh, on the north side?
Yeah, and here's why here's this. So they have a path here.
That's south.
I know, that's the North Farms. Is
Mhm.
that North Farms development? And we, obviously we don't own, it's already there. So we're thinking we need to bring it here. And when we do that Z-gate crossing here, and then bring it right across here. And now the walking trail comes right to here. So you're not coming south on this side. And then you got this roundabout, and then you got to cross here to get to the town center. So we're keeping it on the north side, because that's what we control, this north side here. Otherwise, makes sense. We
Just make
we don't want to commit to something and then have this argument again.
So this area right here, Shanahan from US 23 to
They're going to
North
bring
Road.
it's shown, I guess.
no, I'm sorry. This whole area all the way to Pyatt Road, this is going to become a county.
It's only the North Road.
well.
No, it's going to be a county road though, all the way to Pyatt.
Yes, the 10-foot path is only to North Road,
Right.
and then we'll be able to.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, this will be a county road, so you might be able to be in the road right of way for that.
Yeah.
But when it gets to Pyatt Road, this other portion will be a Berlin Township Road, and you won't be able to be in the road. Right.
50/50.
Okay.
It's on the county line.
But their property is going to be on the north of that. So it's not the actual road I'm talking about. I'm saying the road right away. that will definitely be in the Berlin Township side. So what I'm saying is,
Won't be in the right of way.
yes.
Gotcha. No problem.
So that's all I'm saying.
We know.
Long way.
Okay, I just want to make sure we cover it all.
So Shanahan Road, North Road to Evans Farm, there will be a 10-foot wide shared use path on the north side of Shanahan Road. From, I cannot write it nearly as neat as you guys. From Pyatt Road to Evans Farms Drive, right?
Yep.
Out of right of way.
That's fine, yeah. That's what
okay?
you require, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we require. And then the Shanahan section, you can be in the right of way because of the
Yeah.
county.
Yep.
As long as the county says it can do it.
Yeah, I can't imagine they wouldn't.
Hollenbeck, Hyatt Road to South Old State Road. There will be a 10-foot wide shared use path on the south side to meet Rockford's shared use path.
Yeah. We just didn't know if it was 10 or 8,
Yeah,
so I
that's
didn't.
fine.
Yep.
Nature Trail, Evans Farm Drive. So maybe that would be.
That's here, picking up that 10-foot path. And then
That would be the
that's-
southern South Evans Farm Drive.
Yep,
South Evans Farms Drive to South Old State. There will be I can't read that. What does that say? 10 feet?
soft surface trail
Soft.
like Metro
Yeah.
Parks.
It's what we did, it's what we did just even
It's
on,
mostly good.
down here, we did, I mean, you can ride a bike on it.
Yep. I don't like it, but I know okay.
You don't like it?
No, I'm not a fan of it because it's not accessible. But I can live with it. Exhibit location of housing / relocation, page 4 of 4 of 6
That's
as marked. Yep.
And I saw
Page
that.
4 of 6 as marked from, what is that, from the application? From,
Cover letter or application material.
For an application material dated February 20th, 2025.
from cover letter. Yeah,
So the soft trail, what's it called, soft surface?
soft surface trail.
So the soft surface trail is maintained by whom?
Our HOA is maintaining all those, yeah. If you want,
Define our. HOA.
The Evans
You've got
Farm.
more than one HOA.
no, we have one master that runs them
So
all,
it's the
even
master HOA.
the master HOA.
Can you put that on, maintained by the master HOA?
Yeah.
Trustee Rick,
Yeah.
couple questions.
Yeah.
What exhibits are we looking to add to the file? And are
Great question.
Were we thinking of this?
We're gonna modify, so they took the one page from page 4 of the cover letter material.
So that this isn't an exhibit,
That will be an
Yes.
exhibit, but this will be a later exhibit
okay, but
that will supersede that.
okay, I get a little concerned about this because it's got a whole lot of information on it. And if we take it as an exhibit, does this exhibit suddenly become the plan?
That's a fair point.
Okay,
We've been clear which ones are in effect and which ones aren't in that package.
Yeah,
The series that are labeled 1 are not, and that's where those exhibits that we're writing now will supersede.
Yeah,
The exhibits labeled series 2 are the PRD and the
where's that packet?
Yeah, you
Did you
bet.
guys write the other packet?
Yeah, so we have, we have the series of attachments labeled 1.1 through 1 point whatever. I don't know how many there are, 9 or 10. Those are the ones that we're saying are not regulating, but we're creating these out of those attachments, so they will now be.
Oh,
specials.
okay, I'm sorry, I thought you guys modified the packet.
so that answers Ron's
So-
worry that this is
So,
going
but
to.
there's also language in here that you guys are wanting to cut out, right? So, like where's my original?
Hey, where's her original piece of paper?
Handwriting?
Her original handwriting?
What happened?
I ripped it up because I thought we were done with it. I'm serious. I thought we were done with it because we didn't put the conditions on.
Why would you do that? Yeah.
It's just my
He
habit.
didn't know.
It's just my honest habit.
There were 3 things that were written on it.
No, there were 4.
I think
There were 3 numbered.
Yeah.
There was a 4th on the top.
They'll get it, George.
Why would you?
It's my habit.
It's my comparison.
I know, it's okay, that's why.
It's okay.
I said something, I said
Gentlemen.
something, I was looking for it, and he said, I rigged it up, and I said, did we get all the conditions? He goes, yeah, we got them all.
You guys.
I did, all right, it's okay.
It's all right.
Dumpster dive. This is there,
Yeah.
things like that, and so I'm concerned about accepting this as an exhibit.
So
That's
if you
fair.
look, trustee, at the bottom left of that exhibit, it is clearly marked in there that it's not regulating. It's for information only.
Yeah, but you'll come in and say, but you saw it and.
Well, no.
That's why I marked it.
We were. Walking
We're
over
gonna
the
do,
location.
I've never done this before. We're gonna reconstruct the.
I would never thought we were gonna need it after.
I didn't either. I
Wrote it
even
all
said
down.
to him, I said, where's that grader? He says, well, it's done. And I went, oh my gosh, she's an ass for it.
And I did, you called it, man.
Well, I know.
How quick can you put that together? Man?
Yeah, yeah.
It's easy.
This is why we worked on puzzles as kids.
Look at that.
There you
There
go.
Can I bring some scotch tape?
And you know,
No,
the,
we're good.
and you know the funny thing is, who does a puzzle 24 hours a day on his kitchen table?
This guy
Yeah.
has made his own puzzle tonight with the hand.
Look at that. Look at that.
This looks like it was violently torn.
Once
No, like,
you guys want to put that on the Xerox, on the copier.
I'll take a picture.
this is
when
fun.
it-
Yeah, this is fun.
Okay.
Look at that.
That's the design residential standards, which Dan noted on that,
On this
on
one.
this.
Okay.
This is kind
Okay, got it.
PCD. Here we
Okay.
go. This is,
And, we
Yeah.
wanted the PRD standards to not be changing. So same thing, right?
I'll just do the same thing, yeah.
That's the important part of
That's-
that.
see,
That's
that's-
this, but
That's
that's
why
right here.
I asked him, I told him.
Okay, so I think it's important to highlight this. Is not requesting consideration of amendments to standards of regulating text.
Yeah, and we'll have the exhibit that will supersede that, even with reinforcing the PRD and PCD side. So that's great.
So.
And I had read that earlier, so I'm glad you.
Yeah, but it's a catch-22, because to me, it's saying, we're not saying anything.
Well, they are saying something. They're saying they're changing any design standards. Well, does it say design standards?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Standards, regulations.
yeah.
We're not, we're gonna
You
be,
have to read those two in context with one another, 3 and 4.
Mhm, that's fair.
we're subject to you guys getting along with us anyway.
Well, but not
Right.
really, because once you get the preliminary, we don't see it. See, all
Well,
this
that's-
is.
Well, that's
We're
not all
already
you're seeing
asking
us right
them.
now.
I know,
Yeah. We'll see that, we'll see it change again
if
if
it's
it's
a major,
major.
we haven't determined that yet.
And even if it's, as I recall, even if it's SB, unanimous, right? Or no?
It's,
For it to be a minor.
we're not,
Yeah.
But,
we're not gonna make it, we're gonna make you guys happy.
but,
One way or the other.
see, none of this would all be moot if we were under our current regulation, because we'd be a one step.
Yeah, right. Agreed. But we weren't then.
I know.
You are now.
I don't think in a project like this that there's a such thing as a one step.
Well, it wouldn't get approved.
You're
because there
probably
is
right.
no-
Well,
The scale of this project.
the scale of it in life and changing anyways.
So what you would do is come in pieces and ask for.
Yeah, they would have had to do it in pieces, final approval. Yeah,
Well, one step.
yeah.
Did you accept the one step? Have you guys changed?
Yeah, we did accept it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a good change. Alright, great work, great work. Alright.
Can I keep this?
You
In
can-
the
Make
history
him
of
put it back
Evans Bar.
together. Make him put it back back together on this table. Okay, so everything was captured, I can confirm, in this sheet and this sheet for what I said, in what I had written down. Now we didn't quite get into a few of these other items, I don't think, right? We didn't get into like North Road and the extension and the commitment there.
Right, we're just waiting for, again, I've got to talk to Rob Riley on how they're doing this.
Define this for the minutes.
This meaning the
North
North
Road
Road extension, in general, I don't know what their plans are.
It conceptualizes North Road going up and through, all the way up to, what's this? What's that?
That's in the city of Delaware.
Oh, this is Peach Bluff.
No.
Oh, that is, Gurdon's,
Yeah,
Gurdon's piece right there.
but what's the road?
This
name?
is that new roundabout, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Green Meadows? Not Green Meadows.
What's the roundabout heading north through Gurdon's? Is that Glen Parkway?
No, that's Glen Park.
Yeah, that's Overmore.
Yeah, that's Evermore. I can't remember do you remember the name of this?
It's in the city of Delaware. so
Yeah, it's like, it's new area.
It's not winter something, is it?
I don't know. Either way, we're gonna be back here and we're gonna, we're gonna connect everything, as you can see.
Well, what's important for tonight is that you're talking about the trails that will be directly connected to the Berlin Township.
Yes.
So,
I know, but you have our commitment that we'll continue to just work with you.
and then as far as this packet, did we want to have, so to address your concern, Trustee Bullard, do we want to go through this packet and potentially change anything so that we accept the packet with our changes as the exhibit so that it clearly demarcates some of the things that are changing?
I'd just like to make the exhibits exactly what we're talking about, rather than all the other stuff.
Because the minutes are getting completely inadequate.
Right.
A lot of history.
Make your documents right.
And you get into some things like lot sizes where you find in there.
So I think what you're doing, I believe what we're doing tonight is using the front cover.
Like this information's.
Yeah, forget.
I just want
I
to.
think what you're saying, Ron, and you tell me if I'm wrong, is right here. This
Zone
is the
description
only
and
other
the
exhibit.
boundaries
Forget the pack
and those maps,
to say that we're
or what you want to
changing the boundaries
in the back.
above two areas.
Sure, I'd like to find the map.
Okay, so,
Can we let's create a new packet, how about that?
right, and,
Let's do this.
And here's
'Cause we
what-
want the surveys,
okay,
we want the surveys at the end, those were both done.
okay, let me pull that out.
We want attachment.
We usually survey which page we want.
The surveys are in the back, they are attachment 2.0,
Here,
2.1, yeah.
2 and 2 and 2. Attachments 2.1 and 2.2.
And then the legal description.
And then the 2.3, and the 2.3 continue, and 2.4 for the
Yeah.
PRD.
Yep,
So let's put those.
those together, yep, that's
I
great.
got 'em.
Okay, and then.
And I think he wanted the front, which just says, here's the old, here's the new.
Yep, and I wanted that, so page 1.
And I think that should,
I'm okay with page 1.
okay?
Do you have that? Okay.
Okay, 2.1, 2.2,
Mhm.
and then we're.
All of 2.0, because then it goes into 2.3 legal description.
No, not that. Stops at the legal descriptions.
2.1, 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4.
Yep.
So, yes, 2.4, but not,
Oh, is there another 2.0?
they're not this.
Yeah,
Right.
correct.
Okay, I think we're good.
Okay, let me see, do we want this in here?
That's showing here the old, one.
That's the new,
We're just doing the battery.
I don't want anything else.
nothing else.
Yeah.
This we already have redone. Okay. Attachment 3.1, we do not want, and 3.2. Oh, wait,
3.1 would be the boundary survey for the PCD.
Oh, 3.2 you want because it's the boundary
Boundary
survey of the
description.
PCD.
Isn't that what-
Because that's what we're,
isn't that in the legal description?
There's two separate legal descriptions. There's the PRD version and the PCD version. They're defining two separate
but
districts.
yeah.
But we're only doing anything minor for, tonight for the PCD.
I don't know how
I
you
thought
can
we
do that.
were, yeah, I thought we were doing both. just for
You
the-
can't do one without the other.
Well, that was my point. But we haven't really talked about,
The boundaries, you
All
can't
we're
do one
doing-
without the other, but if they wanna change anything else, including any design standard of each of these, they're going to have to come back for each one, and they can come back for each one of those separately.
Yeah.
well, they can, but they're not gonna be successful, more than likely. I think they, just like when we approved it the first time, everything was done the same, both the PCD and the PRD at the same time.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it out.
Yeah, sure, but,
We have a package that we're worked on, I think.
well, we're working on it. So, I got through the 2.4. What was the other one? Is it the 3.2 that you're saying?
3 yep, and we added that, so 3.1 and 3.2.
Oh, wait, 3.1.
Yep, 3.1 and 3.2.
Well, what is the 3.1? I'm not seeing something.
It's at the end of your packet.
I got 3. Just give me a second.
You're fine, you're fine. Oh, this,
No, I got 2.4. I don't have 3.1. I'm not.
did your packet get cut off?
I don't know. I'm just trying
Because I have it in my packet.
to see what it looks like.
Yeah.
Whatever you want. There it is.
3.1. It looks like 2.1. 3.2.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, totally. And this is the PRD.
Okay, so 3.1 and 3.2. What is this? 3.3? No, I don't want to do 3.3. 3.1, 3.2, but not 3.2.
Hold on, let me see.
Hey, that's the picture that shows something else, which I hear.
Yeah, no to 3.3 and no to 3.4.
I gotcha. That's it.
Well, we might be able to accept 3.4.
I almost ripped it up, and then I'm thinking, wait a minute.
What about 3.4? It's a preliminary landscaping plan.
No, we don't
because
want
that would
anything
change
because
the
we're gonna bring it in when
Yeah.
we do the design.
Great, okay.
Yep.
This is phenomenal. Okay,
Okay, but
do you need to
let's,
mark this?
I'm sorry.
I mean, this is the master. This is the master though.
Okay, but
That's got a section. What were we talking about? It was. Oh, it was for D, for residential areas, A, B, and C are moved to area D. And for area D, we were gonna say, and Greg, maybe you can help with this language.
Oh,
It was, for area D, we were going to say something to the effect of, will be defined to the nearest survey the nearest property boundary line to the line in D, or what, you know what I was saying earlier? Like, so,
I recall what you were saying, and
is there any simple way to word that? And do you want D to be able to come down here too?
yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay,
And I think that references, what we've drawn here references that zoning boundary. If you look at that boundary for the PCD with PRD, that you have in your packet now,
yeah.
the legal description.
Oh, I got you.
Well, but, D is a smaller portion of, D isn't technically in that legal description exactly, because D,
No, it is.
it's
Well, not
minus
that.
this, yeah, exactly. So I'm saying
But the new version,
this,
the new version,
Oh, I know what you're saying. You're saying you
Yeah, I
wanna, how
it
about,
is inclusive of, the survey boundary is inclusive of this, but this is a subset that we wanted to have you guys define out. So it would be, this was PCD before, right?
it was
Yeah.
PCD, it would now be PRD.
so why don't we put E there and then just say E is the new.
E is the new
PCD.
PCD.
Yeah, it's just for.
Yeah.
Here, I've got to agree with him.
This.
Am I right with it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the G2, exactly. It's a good one. E,
Actually, that is mine, isn't it?
I think, oh wait,
Yeah, because I
you don't use this.
don't do
Did you
that.
take this then?
Could have.
I think you guys are going back and forth.
There's too many cameras, I'm afraid to deny it. Take it on purpose.
Because I don't do those.
That's right. Ron, keep an eye on me. Quick with the pens. Oh. Sorry, Jennifer.
Is it done?
I need a better.
I'm okay, it's just,
No, I know.
there's no way.
Because you know me.
Yeah.
Or
Right.
2.5.
It's funny, because it's like, oh, another G2. D shall be, so the wording still for D, for the new D, is you're gonna do the survey boundary lines for D.
They are done for D.
I thought we just said that they were.
No, that.
Here, it shows.
Because
That's what
D-
your 3.4 is showing you.
Okay, and let's go. Thanks for acknowledgement.
I just wanna make sure.
The one you.
So this is the new boundary,
Mhm.
And then here.
which describes. the
Correct,
40.
here is D, right?
Yes.
That's
So-
on 3.1, which is fine.
This
Well,
is included in the new PRD boundary,
correct. So
which is on.
do you have the
2.1.
legal description for just D?
No, we don't necessarily.
That's what I was asking for, but it's easy to do because you have,
It should be.
Yeah,
okay,
You said 3.4, but it's not 3.4.
it's 3.1.
oh, I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry, 3.1. Yeah, because 3.4.
And now,
I
we already
thought
got
you
rid
were
of
voting
3.
just-
We already got rid of 3.4.
Okay, so D shall, be
Described.
described, thank you, by, boundary
Description.
and legal description, is that fine?
That's fine.
Boundary and legal description. Okay, I think we're there.
Okay, but, trustee Boyd had a question.
Oh, yeah, thank you, trustee Moore.
It was one of the maps that you didn't know why, I think, was this one that you questioned why it's there?
Yeah.
Okay, it's 2.2, why are we including 2.2?
Maybe one of those acres,
Our intent with the legal descriptions and the new boundary, plat is to show you that the acreages are the same as the ones originally approved.
Just showing the same age, yeah.
It's just to show that there's no change in acreage between those two
And that they are
zoning
defined,
districts.
there's legal still. Same way as the 43.3.
Okay, so
Okay.
he's okay with it. So
I'm okay.
I didn't know why, so
Great question. And this is,
And this is there.
and this is this. Okay, so this is phenomenal. So we have a working packet that incorporates the 4 major components, which is design standards aren't changing for PCD or PRD according to this. We have the survey, the legal description, preservation of the walkability, and the housing relocation.
So should they sign off since it's got some changes to it?
Yes, they will. Is there anything else that we need to address to feel comfortable with making a decision?
That's what I can pick up. We need to give it an exhibit number, but
Yeah.
I don't know how we give it an exhibit number.
Could you write, applicant requests changes, yeah, this is a nice one. I just keep taking you. Applicant requests changes in accordance with attached cover letter and application, and modification. Applicant requests changes to attached cover letter and modification.
Changes.
To attached.
Okay.
Cover letter.
Okay.
And modifications.
Date it, sign it.
Yep, date and sign. And print the name. Unless your signature is so nice that we can tell your name. I actually feel like we made really good progress here. I hope you gentlemen.
It's been our intention all along.
Yeah,
And it was, and again, I apologize for not being here last time.
No
I think we could have made these same headways, and we appreciate now heading off to what we're gonna do, and I think my goal is to have all of you agree with as we bring this in.
I think this is a great start, and I like the change, I like the direction. Now the
I do
question
too.
is, does
Well,
this
first
constitute a major or minor modification? So we'll accept the exhibit and then we'll, converse a little bit.
What exhibit number are you gonna give it?
As far as I know, we have not accepted any exhibits for the major minor change modification.
Okay, but this is coming under, an application
Yeah,
from the original, from 16-001.
So can I make a suggestion when you give it a number, give it a letter too, because we don't do letters, and that way it won't be,
yeah, I think that's good.
so it could be A1 or something like that.
Or we could start with a kind of crazy number, like exhibit 2000A.
Or today's date.
Yeah, let's do that.
You're making a motion. But describe the exhibit, so you might want to say attachments, unless you're gonna do them all individually. You could say consisting of, or something like that.
So all we're doing is moving boundaries.
Yes.
Really.
Yeah. But, well,
And we're committing to some things.
yeah, and we're moving the boundaries, they're committing to some things, and the uses are changing slightly in certain areas of each. And so the real question is does the use change itself constitute the major, or is it a
So
minor?
that's the discussion after we do these.
Yeah,
And so the number of housing units stays the same.
housing units stay the same, acreage of respective uses stays the same, open space stays the same.
Okay. That should be in the eventual motion. At some point.
Wow, we're about to write a page-long motion, hold on.
Well,
No.
right now, we're just doing the exhibit, just do it.
No, but he wants it in you want it in the exhibit, right?
You don't want
Oh,
In the red, in
it
the
doesn't have to
motion.
be, does it? Well, I can do.
Can you renumber those pages?
Yeah, why don't you renumber the pages so that I can say the applicant did it? And then I can just accept
Yeah,
that.
What do you want to renumber?
I'm gonna do this down here. No, this one. and
Let's just
circle.
call, let's date like 2/25, 2/24/25, 1.
Yeah.
2/24/25, 2.
I'm gonna change tapes at this point then.
Germaine, to what we're doing.
I understand, and you were totally right.
We're also gonna lose confusion. And,
You were totally right.
and if this ever sold to somebody else, some judge will decide whatever he wants to decide.
Yeah.
You're gonna do 224/25
And then we'll do
Two
the second page. will be
2025-1.
Okay.
I'll give that to her so she can get the format.
I'm just gonna approve them. And then what was the BZC case?
16-001, amendment 4.
Three.
Oh.
Now, this is amazing. We sure have talked about this a lot. I don't think you guys have moved a shovel full of dirt in Berlin Township yet.
We're trying, and we're gonna get it though. We don't.
I still think you guys should fight for that sewer from the county right by Buckeye Swim Club.
We're trying to fight for sewer and figure out how we get it. I'm seeing that's another
Well,
issue
yeah.
I still don't
If
get.
you can get it through the county though, it's gonna be cheaper for your residents.
Yeah.
I know, you
Well,
and I agree on that one.
Yeah. Make sure they look neat.
And then I really need to do letter exhibits taking precedence over the former, because it's the only one to do.
Well, except for, is that one page part of that? I thought you were going to do the one where they drew on it, where the circles were. I don't have that in my packet.
Oh, yeah, that's page 2 or 3. And that should be the last page.
You might do that one, except for one. And trustee Ford needs to see before we, because I didn't show it to him.
Oh, okay.
I'm hurrying because if I get to the last page, it'd be midnight and then I'd have to change the date.
Yeah, you better hurry, Dan.
Yeah, we've done it many times.
Yeah.
We've been here past midnight many times.
We have.
I would prefer not to tonight. But.
I preferred it then too.
Not to change the subject, which
We don't have too much more to do on this.
I don't think so either, actually. I do need to do the TIF notification.
are you doing a tip?
Buckeye Swim Club.
Ah, okay.
That's done.
TIF and the JED,
Gotcha.
hopefully.
question, this can't be mistaken. Okay. 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. And you have 1.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay. And then trustee Bullard, if you want to take a look at page 2, that's the one that trustee O'Brien mentioned that you didn't review. I think you've reviewed all the other ones.
Do you think it's okay to do this all in one, or should this one page be a second document? Second exhibit?
I think it should be okay. I think it can all go on to
Okay, what do we go to? Okay,
it. I don't think it makes anything any simpler by having 2 exhibits.
move to accept exhibit as exhibits, 2, 2, 4, 2, 0, 2, 5, 1 through 9, for exhibits in case BZC case, 16-001, amendment 4.
And later exhibits.
With,
Well, it's just one.
it's just one exhibit.
I think there's another page here. 1 through 11.
Yeah, oh, 11, did I say 10?
9, I think you said.
Thank you, friendly amendment, 1 through 11, all as one exhibit with the date.
Okay, but with later exhibits that can press it.
There's no later exhibits, it's all one
The
exhibit.
whole file is an earlier exhibit. This is an
Oh,
addition.
for the
For the
amendment
yeah,
4,
yeah,
thank you,
yeah.
okay, with later exhibits taking precedence over the former, thank you,
Okay,
appreciate that.
second.
Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion, please go roll.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail,
Yes,
Bullard.
Yes,
yes,
okay.
actually, I think Van has it.
Which one?
It's the G2.
I like that G2. Oh, I almost got it again.
Jeff, could you scan this so that they have a copy of it as well?
Rip it up on them?
You want
Was it?
I rip it up on them?
No.
Really
Just-
small piece.
Just hand it to the shredder over
I haven't even.
Rick the Ripper.
here.
Rick and Ripper.
Okay,
Oh.
I'll wait for him to get back to me.
Well, that's kind of.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for
This was a great conversation.
it. We're gonna have lots of them, and it's still
This to me is the first time, well, I can't talk, well, talk when you get
right. No, it's exciting. We need to do more of this. Can I ask if anybody knows where there's sugar maples that I can tap?
I didn't-
We make
Yeah.
the most incredible syrup. Mrs. Crippen has hydrometers, and we boil it, and it's incredible.
Well, that's gonna be a very hot commodity here soon.
Oh, no, you could,
Premium.
yeah, it takes like 24 hours to get it to 40 gallons. 24 hours later, only gives you 6 pints. So,
Oh,
yeah, it's, but it's fun. I mean, I'm boiling it down now and I get 5 gallons a day from some of the trees.
when it's this type of weather.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's been doing it now for about 6, 7 years, and it's fun.
Nice.
So you got any sugar maples? I know Ron knows where some are.
He would be the one to ask, or
In Canada.
We used to have, but they split. They were 100 and some years old.
Also made a cup of coffee. There's the-
oh, thank you. Wonderful. This is this the original? This is
That's the original.
Well, why don't you give her the copy and,
yeah. Jeff should
Fiscal officer
keep,
needs
fiscal
the
officer should have the original. I should have. Oh wait, this is the original. Yeah, this is good printing.
The original would have the tears in it.
No, that's gotta be a copy.
Looks like.
I know.
That's the original.
Yeah, that's the
Here, you
original.
can have it. I know where to find it.
Okay, so the next item is the consideration for minor or major deviations. And the road has been brought up a few times, and I agree that the changes are a result of the road. However, the way that I read our major minor consideration is that it's if there's changes to where the buildings are located, where the landscape goes. It's not changes to the actual use of the parcel. Does that make sense? So I'm just gonna read this out loud for the benefit of all of us. Minor deviations may include but are not limited to changes in the locations of buildings, structures, streets, or parking areas that do not create any additional divergences. The Board of Trustees may choose to impose conditions, safeguards, or other restrictions to carry out intent of the district. This decision of the board shall represent final approval and denial of such a deviation. I think that we're on the right track with character. I'm there with that. It's the use change for me that would make it become a major deviation, because you're not just changing the building locations, the housing locations as a result of the road. You're actually changing the uses for the better, but it's still a major. That's my opinion. I don't know what the general think, but
well, so I would concur with the PCD.
Mhm.
I wouldn't concur with PRD regardless. The result's the same, so I don't want to argue. That is for the better for the PCD. I don't agree with
Oh, okay. You agree though it's a use change?
Yes.
But you don't agree that it's better for PRD overall as a plan, but for PCD it is?
Minor.
Okay,
But,
yeah,
but,
no, that's great clarification.
make a motion.
Move to approve BCC case 16-001 Amendment 4 as a major modification, inclusive of exhibits 24, 20, 25-1 through -11, with the latter exhibits taking precedence over the former.
I second.
Okay.
Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion.
Do we have to schedule a meeting now?
They'll schedule it with BZC.
Okay.
If this passes.
Okay. I'm fine.
Okay,
Further discussion, please call the roll.
Rail,
yes.
Fuller,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Okay,
So can I ask a question?
yeah,
So
sure.
does that mean we've approved the boundary changes?
Mhm.
So then where do we go next?
You go to,
I'm just-
BZC, and you're going to BZC because they're gonna approve the use change to the boundary change.
Gotcha.
And then if you wanna run other ideas by them, that's different than this amendment. But
Yeah.
it might be good to get their feedback on your ideas and things like that. And then when they come back, then we'll consider the uses.
will consider the change of the moving of the
Yeah,
residential versus.
yeah, but if this same packet goes through BCC and comes back to us,
Hmm.
like, I would be inclined to approve it.
Yeah,
But if you change the character or the design or those,
No,
that,
we're-
you know, that's gonna end up becoming.
No, we're not doing anything. We're just, that's what I said. We're sticking with this. Okay.
I would recommend that we can do whatever you want for the applicant, to do both the PRD and the PCD at the same time. That's my recommendation, that we can do.
Right. Well, wouldn't, yeah,
I would think you would.
we're changing.
My question is, you're gonna wanna see that description for whatever D or E.
Yep. That's really,
This 3 acres is changing to residential and vice versa. Okay.
That's it. That's all.
that's right.
That, we'll start there.
And this packet is great, right?
Yeah,
So
we want to get,
I would not recommend making major changes to this packet because you
we're
can
not,
do that, but yeah.
we're not
so-
making any changes to it.
Okay.
So, okay, so, okay.
Awesome. Thank you guys for your time.
Hey, thank you.
Appreciate working with us.
I've emailed that scan to all three.
Oh, thank you.
So we go in front of them.
Whenever you can get in,
Oh,
this would be, I would maybe share with Kathy, this is not a, like, they
Right,
would
this isn't
approve
a
it,
zone.
but this isn't something where you would need necessarily a full 2 hours.
You
Theoretically, I mean, they can go as long as they want,
into,
but,
Yeah, they'll want to understand.
yeah.
They'll just to get, we started, but then that's when I said, wait a minute.
But if your scope is this, it should go quick.
That's it.
If your scope is looking at the garages.
No, we're not doing any of that until we know what boundaries we.
Right,
Yeah, that's why I want.
totally.
Okay, excellent.
Thank
So, we did the recycling memo, we talked about that in the requisition for computer, for the township administrator. We, did the next item, the approving and contacting all the funds. But we didn't have the justification.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Okay, so that takes us to zoning department, city of Delaware zoning plan and rural township.
So you gentlemen have been on my email exchanges with, the city of Delaware. And I also attended the, meeting, that they claimed was not about annexation, but it was indeed about annexation. So you've seen my memos, you've seen what I put out. There is a survey that's, intended to be completed about this boundary area on the 27th. I was debating whether or not, we might consider putting it on Facebook to have our residents complete the survey. Because, as far as I know, there were a good amount of Merlin Township residents that were at that meeting. And they very much so appreciated, Randy Omeroy, Trustee Omeroy from, Delaware Township and myself. We spoke strongly about our comments because they weren't making public comments and really had kind of dismissed our ideas. So, we spoke, I think, very clearly, very professionally, very articulately. Not like that. I think at this point, do we want to do anything else other than state our objection? And do we want to encourage our residents to complete the survey or just?
I think that, it would be good to have them complete the survey. I don't know that I want to take any more action as a board because they're going to totally ignore it. But if residents do it, their numbers are going to skew a certain way that would be different. Because otherwise they're just going to say, and I don't know that I would tell residents to spend a lot of time. I would just make a point.
The survey itself conceptualizes 5 areas, and the section, sub-area 5, which is roughly along the railroad tracks and then inward a little bit. I can't because it's like inward, like anywhere from about 1/8 of a mile to about half a mile. It kind of curves up as it gets closer to 36, 37, and calling that section.
Is that in the Norfolk and Southern tracks or the CSX tracks?
The ones closest to us,
So just one track?
The one by my house.
yeah, the one by
That's
Trustee O'Brien's house. Right there, all the way up to, Berlin Station Road and then down to the southern boundary that they have planned to take. Yeah, I think it's a little bit past Beach Club, actually.
Oak Park.
Yeah, section 5 conceptualizes the multifamily for that whole area, as well as some others, but that's the only place that multifamily apartments were planned in that whole planning area. And then over by the downtown, it had small pocket residential, and it looks like, on the surface, it looks like it's totally screwing over Olentangy schools and saving the city of Delaware schools. And then it puts commercial and business in the middle of the single families in downtown Delaware and the multifamilies that is now in the existing areas of Berlin.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it's just, I was a little surprised at how unabashed it was. But if I put a note on Facebook, I wanted to describe a little bit, and I'll try to keep it as fact-based, but I think I would have to mention that this survey includes areas that are currently located in the boundaries of Berlin Township, and any zoning that would be under the city in these plans would need to be annexed from the township or something like that. So that
Well, to the city, because it's not where we're from, because we.
no, to the city, you're right, yeah. But are you, if you guys are okay, I'll post that, but I don't want to post that survey and have people think that that's our survey.
Yes, that's totally what needs to happen.
Okay.
Was Olentangy there?
No, they were not, even though it was at Berlin Middle School. And I wonder if they are aware of this plan. I have requested
The other thing.
the list of who's on the planning committee, and I haven't received it, or any public record requests I made.
My experience has been that Olentangy doesn't understand what that really means to Olentangy. Olentangy, the school board doesn't, the school board members don't sit down and understand exactly what all of this means. They wait for the administration to explain it to them, and the administration just, we gotta raise your taxes.
Well, and see, another problem with administration, because having been a teacher in public schools, I know that administrators do not always have,
You're talking about. Go ahead.
do not always have, the taxpayer interest at heart, because if you have more students,
I agree.
you have more teachers. You have more teachers, you have more pay for the administrators because they're in charge of more responsibility.
And you get more administrators.
Well, and that's very true, but it's also like overwhelming the school system.
Well, that, yes.
Yeah.
Well, and okay, here's another problem that you aren't a part of.
Wow, so rare, right?
No, I mean that as an administrator for a school. I lost my train of thought.
Oh, sorry.
It's another problem that was.
Oh, because administrators had to be teachers before they became administrators, they oftentimes only have like 5 years left before they retire. So they are not having to face the consequence of what is occurring. Many of these plans take more than 5 years to accomplish. And one thing that is also apparent is that new housing oftentimes has pre-kindergarten children. And so the administrators are long gone by the time those children hit school age. So from approval to kids in the school is oftentimes about 8 to 10 years. Well, they're long gone.
And that's true with the administration too.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. Well, I don't know if it would be worth informing Olentangy schools, but the planning just really shouldn't take place, and this is the point I made there. They're planning for Berlin Township, for which they have excluded all elected officials for planning areas that they are making, and I actually ran into FinCon owners who came up to me afterwards and said that they would love to develop their portion, which is a significant amount, in Berlin Township. And I said, let's see what we can do to make it work. And I said, you gotta get with the county and talk with them about sewer, you gotta, and then after our spiel, Councilman Huffman came up to me right before I left and interrupted my conversation with FinCon and wanted to talk and was unaware that Berlin Township had approached the city when we were engaged with the Berlin Business Park discussions for the JED and had wanted to engage the city in those discussions. He did not know that. And I said, you guys are struggling with the financial aspect, and here we are, we had acreage of land that you could have had investment in without even having the service, and we were flat out denied. And he was not aware of that, he said. So I think there's opportunity for us to maybe rebuild with some of the leaders, maybe.
Well, and there's a different administrator there now, so it's possible.
And he also said that
It's
some council
possible, and
members
nothing
were
is like-
resistant to annexation.
Really?
Yeah, he said that. So I don't know who, and I don't know in what capacity, but I would like to explore that, and I'd like to chat with the council members, and I'd like to see what we can, I mean, we were so close on an annexation agreement many years ago.
And it went to a place that the administrator said yes until it went to the council, and then he said, don't approve it, and they rejected it. I mean,
And then we've been in that state ever since, and I think this is an opportunity to really turn a new leaf with a new city manager, with new council, and with their own situations that they're facing. We're trying to solve the same problems, but we're coming about it at two different approaches, and we're not having any conversations, and that's just not gonna be best for the residents. It's just not.
And we're trying to solve the problems of the school in Berlin Township and that sort of stuff. They're trying to solve the city's problems, and the city's problems are, they need money.
yes,
And they need money really bad.
because their voters turned it down.
And they're overcommitted for the money they got coming in. They don't, it's not gonna be long that they don't have anything in the bank account to pay the bills with.
Right. Well, and here's, I don't want to call it Ponzi scheme, but what cities rely on are new residents, new housing, because they're paying taxes and they don't have to do the streets and all that for like 10 years. And so that's free money, income tax, real estate tax, and no real major services. But then all of a sudden the major services hit, and it hits all at the same time. And then they don't have enough to cover. Because cities are required, they have more ability than we do, but they also have more requirements that cost more money.
They
It took them a
do,
long time to build a fire station now,
yeah.
just over that sort of thing.
Well, and they have in the past built them and not had them on demand. I don't know
Well,
why.
and I did, I said because we didn't just go for the JED there, we also spoke with the prior city manager about potential JED for Buckeye Swim Club. And we're outright a non-starter discussion. And he didn't know about that either, but he did seem to indicate that there could be more conversations about JEDs because, to your point, you enter into a JED and you don't have to provide those services in 10 years if you're in the JED. So it's a real benefit to the city and a benefit to the township because we all for me, it's the win-win.
Right.
And that's what I had indicated.
and
And it
that's
seemed
what we-
open for discussion.
And that's what we tried to negotiate before, and it was a win-win, but they decided to walk away from it. And actually, had they agreed to it, they would be sitting pretty right now.
They would,
And they blew
yeah. Now, I still think that with close to 3,000 acres here, that if they opted to do things differently and enter into a JED with us, through those in a contract with non-annexation agreement, that they could still salvage a fairly significant amount and make out better financially
Yeah,
with that.
they could help themselves.
Yeah. And I actually think that Councilman Huffman did understand that. It's just kind of a question of, can we mobilize it? Is it something that their council's interested in pursuing? And if it is, I think it'd be worth our investment, with getting things together and seeing what we can do. And they'd have to concede the sewer as well. But it's not out of reach. I don't know that's.
Well, but if we had the agreement, they wouldn't really have to concede the sewer.
You're saying they could still provide sewer without annexation? Yeah. They never have, but they could.
have, but if they're truly wanting a win-win, they could.
Yeah,
Because they could get the money from, they don't make money on sewer, they make money on water.
yeah,
And, they could make money on those utilities, plus they get to jet money and not have to service them.
yeah.
But,
And that'd be over jet, because we get 10%, they get 90%.
yeah.
Well, and that's where it was a non-starter
Yes.
for us. I think I was even, I don't know exactly what we all discussed, but it was a very fair situation, and it was a non-starter.
And if they, and it's public record, what we have, with Buckeye Swim Club, if they looked at that, they could see what,
And Berlin Business Park, yeah,
I don't know if that one's public,
yeah.
because we haven't really actuated it.
Well, we have a jet agreement with
but-
the entities
yeah.
about how it would go out.
That would be public record, but.
Yeah. Okay,
Anything
I
else?
found a late item that kind of fits into that,
okay, I still have the TIF item.
which is real quick one, so. The EPA meeting last Thursday,
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
I didn't make it for that,
I
but, the thing that happened out of that, I don't know if you got the letter from Tiffany about.
it was phenomenal.
The commissioners and that sort of stuff.
It was phenomenal.
I'm going to forward to you another email that she sent to me directly,
Okay,
not to everybody.
okay,
It explains really what happened.
okay.
I mean, the light bulb in my head went off, and I thought, because she sat here, okay, there were two gentlemen and
A lady.
a lady, and the lady was the boss.
Oh,
The two were talking, and she was just like, you could tell she was not listening to anybody. Her mind was made up. So my understanding is that,
This was in the meeting.
yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
my understanding is that the EPA has made loans to entities such as Galena and Ostrander.
Mhm.
So it may be legal, but it's, in my view, a conflict of interest.
mm-hmm,
Because they're ceding land to those entities so that their loans get paid back.
Mhm.
Now, that's my understanding, I don't have it. And when the county was here, they weren't fighting over Galena and Ostrander, they were fighting over Troy Township.
Mhm.
interesting.
So I haven't decided how I'm gonna take it, because my argument was,
Did you submit what other?
it's due on the 28th.
Okay,
Because I haven't decided exactly how to write it, but my argument was, because they wanted to, they being EPA, wanted to talk about, oh, we're not involved in annexation. So my argument was not in regards to annexation, because it messes over townships and they don't care.
Mhm.
That's not their role here.
Right.
But I said, your plan makes no sense because it's going to hurt water quality. Because what you're doing is ceding certain areas to those villages and cities, and they are not going to annex lands that have problems. They're going to annex lands
Yeah,
that make
that's
them
right.
money. And so you're going to leave the failing septic systems out. And the county is not going to be able to run a sewer line, because she said, oh, it's bad engineering to double it. They're not going to run a sewer line to the problem areas. And if you look at the Ostrander area, the area that Ostrander wants to have control of the sewer is only new land. It's not the existing problems. So I said, you are not taking into consideration water quality.
You shared this in the
I did, and she totally ignored it. Talked about annexation after that. And then when, you know, we had, I think, 12 of the townships represented,
Yeah.
somewhere around there.
I had Jesse go on my trip.
And so but they're all educated, and I don't know that people realize township people are educated people. When she could see it was turning over, she said, well, I think it's time for the meeting to end.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
So I'm going to write my comments.
Yeah,
It's
go for
called- But,
And you're writing on our behalf.
yes,
We've
and
already.
I've got the resolution number, and I'm going to do
My
that.
question was that we need to do something similar to what they were asking the county commissioners to do.
So, because I have the resolution number, you don't have to, because I'll submit it.
Because he's doing that letter. Now, Eric was going to write a resolution for townships if they wanted to pass the opposition resolution. And I don't know that I ever received that.
Well, because I'm not sure that the county really has the same interests that we have.
No, they do not. They didn't, I mean, that's the thing, is the county did not, and that's why I thought it was phenomenal. The county is not taking the side of the townships.
Right,
County's taking the side of county.
that's right. And they said that at the meeting. We are doing what you asked us to do. We ceded, they basically did not object to the 208 plans that gave all Scioto, not all, but the best part of Scioto Township to Ostrander, and the
Yeah.
best part of Berkshire and Harlem to Galena, and the southern part of Harlem to
What's your role?
Columbus.
Almost, yeah.
And Ashley, I said it makes no sense. Ashley doesn't have the money. I mean, they're coming to the county as it is for other,
Problems.
yes, roads and, and that's okay. I don't have a problem with that. But why are you giving the sewer area to somebody who can't afford to sewer?
And
So,
making it ridiculously expensive for anybody else to come.
Well, impossible, because you're not allowed to. They said, if you do this, we will object. And so it cannot happen without the agreement of the city or the village.
Anyhow,
Now, Omri made, I think it was Omri, Delaware Township, it might have been Tennessee. I think it was Tennessee. Said, okay, you're saying that the engineering is such that if it's set for a certain amount, so if the county is going to do it, that it should be that and the city on the 208. But if they annex into the county and they're taking capacity away from the county, but they're adding to their capacity, their area should shrink, because that's good engineering, because they sized it for their area. She totally ignored it. She said, we're not in the annexation. But she got that we got, they didn't care.
yeah. Okay. I just wanted to bring that up and see if we need to
Jeff,
do
did you
something.
print out what I sent you for the TIF notice? And we'll sign that real quick. I just sent it, so it should be the most recent one, like prep for.
BT TIF notice?
Yeah, the most recent one I sent.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so zoning secretary administrative assistant position?
Yeah, I'm actively interviewing. I'm gonna have Administrator Hale do the final round next week. So I know that we have a lot that we're throwing at her pretty quickly. The interviews are very important though to do next week because that would potentially give them a week and a half to work with Kathy.
Makes
So
sense.
I'd like if we could prioritize her interviewing. And I'm doing the initial half an hour phone interview, bringing in,
I'm leaving on the fifth, or whatever that's for.
are you comfortable if,
I'm comfortable with you guys interviewing, no problem.
are you comfortable if we move forward, if we find a good candidate?
Sure.
Just to get the notice out?
We need to move forward.
Okay.
And it's not like the fire chief or the.
Administrator, yeah.
Position.
It's still very important, but
It's
yeah,
extremely important.
Yeah.
They'd be very personal and local people.
yeah.
Because they deal with a lot of people with a lot of issues that are out under the collar.
But they also need to be detail oriented so that they don't promise things
It's a surprisingly complex mix to get, because the personable, often people don't associate it as being detail oriented, right? Thus, thank you so much.
but in that position, they need both.
Yeah.
And I would like them to be able to be competent to be a zoning clerk as well.
Yeah, well, there's actually a couple of candidates with some zoning experience, believe it or not, and,
But clerking is being able to take detailed
Yeah.
minutes.
yeah, and there's some, I mean, there's a few good, so I'm interviewing actively this week, and then we'll set up the finalists with, Administrator Hill next week, like, day 2.
There was one that, I didn't get very many of the applications, but I saw one of them, and the person had a lot of experience, but she did not fill out the application and completion, and that really,
I don't like when they don't complete the application.
because to me, then they're not a detailed person.
Yeah,
I mean, you got all this experience, but you can't answer the question.
yeah, I agree. So I'm actively interviewing for that, and hopefully we'll have somebody about 2 weeks before Kathy's final day.
Sure.
Zoning inspector report?
Just noted that Levi had sent out the zoning inspector report. If you gentlemen ever take a look and wanted to improve on anything, your feedback's always most welcome. Excellent.
The biggest thing I look at is the number of house permits.
Yeah,
I do too. I look at that, but I also look at driveway permits because I'm looking at how many condos versus houses. I mean, single unit houses. Okay, do you have
Under
another?
old business, I don't think there's anything in there that we have to talk about.
okay. Yeah, we already talked about collective bargaining.
Okay. Did you want to do
Yes,
that under late items, or why don't you go ahead and do it now?
it doesn't matter, I can do it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we had an early item, TIF, discussion with, and speaking with, Buckeye Swim Club, we are working through TIF, and, they provided this is a TIF notification, so it's not an approval for a TIF. It's a notification that we will be considering the TIF. And, I think this is written right, so I'd just like to read through a couple sentences here. Notice is hereby given that the Board of Township Trustees of Berlin Township, Delaware County, Ohio, the township intends to consider a resolution, the TIF resolution declaring certain public infrastructure improvements to be public purpose and exempting 100% of the increase in the assessed value subsequent to the passage of the TIF resolution on certain parcels of real property described in Exhibit A attached hereto and incorporated herein by this reference from real property taxes. The exemption would commence for each parcel of the property the earlier of the first tax year for which an improvement due to the construction of a structure on that parcel first appears on the tax list, and duplicate of real and public utility properties or tax year 2025 and ends on the earlier of 30 years after such date or on the date on which the township can no longer require service payments in lieu of taxes. So I need to alter and make one change. And then the parcels are attached. But this is actually a notice, so we can pass the approval of this notice, and then I'll make the change and send an electronic document version. That's a notice.
Okay.
Is this under old business?
Yeah, it's under TIF, all the numbers.
These two. And it's going back to trust.
Where's not on that?
I don't know why they just clear.
That's this one?
Yeah.
That's not, that's this one. This one is this one. When you look at that driveway, that looks like that. It looks like-
Is it upside down?
It's over here. It's this piece here. See what I mean?
You are right.
What is it?
It's upside down.
That's because of how it printed.
No, because this is,
This piece
Word this way.
down here.
it's the orientation.
It was how it was printed, because it's right in,
It's how they sent it.
oh, the picture itself.
Yes.
Okay, do you want me to flip
No,
that around?
it's fine because it's got that parcel number, so we know exactly what it is. But
I was just trying to figure out where they were.
you have spatial superiority.
Okay, move to approve the publication of notice, for pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 5709-.83, notice of proposed tax exemption and tax increment financing, for parcels associated with the Buckeye Swimming property.
Second.
Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Buller. Discussion, please call the roll.
Buller,
Yes.
O'Brien,
Yes.
Rail.
Yes.
That takes us to future meetings. We all have the Delaware County Township Association on March 13th. I have, the state of the township at the Chamber of Commerce on the 20th, and on the same day, I also have, the General Health District,
20th of
March. Any other meetings?
Gonna have to listen to my worksheet meeting coming up.
And that's coming up soon?
It's in, second Thursday.
What was that?
Mercy.
We'll see second Thursday. I'm too fried to figure out what second Thursday is.
Sorry.
Any other future meetings? Late items?
We're getting info for a truck replacement. All we're doing is just looking at a gas truck and looking at several things on that. The temple, we, provided the prosecutor with some more information from Doug Friedel, and, Mark Fowler is going to go and meet with the temple owner on it, because we believe it changes the whole situation. So we're working on that. On the multi-use trail on Shanahan, I think you saw the memo that I sent.
Yeah.
And then the only reason I'm concerned is the trail part that's gonna be built is in Orange Township. And, I want the prosecutor to tell us that it's okay for us to spend money on that. General fund money on it, and it's in Orange Township. So that's the whole.
But Berlin Township's residents will benefit from that trail.
And he's just asking for the ballot.
Yeah.
And
I'm
I'm
not, no question on that. It's just, I want them to tell us, I don't want some finding for recovery.
Yeah, got it.
You don't want to pay for it personally?
No. You don't either, do you?
No, thank you.
No, thanks. I like trails, I don't like trails that
Yeah,
much.
hope you ever see District 17 meeting, last Friday and, sent 42, projects in District 42, or District 17 to the state, OPWC as recommended places to spend money. So that's the process. We won't get feedback on that until June or August. And then, the one last thing was, I'll be on vacation at the next meeting. That's all I got.
All right, well, we'll probably try to keep the agenda as light as possible. So as,
So we'll only be here till 9.
so as to not move too far ahead and make sure we get your thoughts incorporated.
Any other late items? I move to adjourn.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Grail.
Yes.
Please call the roll.
Grill,
Yes.
Bullard,
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes. We are adjourned. Thank you.
And I got something to show you in the office in there.
Okay.
I meant to show you before. You want to that meeting, if that's okay.